How's it going, guys? Unfortunately, I don't have any new content for you this week because I had some internet issues, but those are fixed and there will be a new video out next week. This is just a compilation of every tier of the disturbing Reddit posts Iceberg for anyone who wants a very long video to study to, work to, whatever you want to do with it. I will say that the first couple of tiers leave a little bit to be desired on the presentation side. I didn't go as deep into them because they're really common, well-known threads and stories, so I didn't feel the need to. But I also know that my mic was a little bit delayed during those videos, which you can clearly see is fixed now. You don't need to bring it to my attention, but you can still leave me hate comments and tell me that I'm an idiot and that I suck at my job because it helps with my algorithm, so thank you. It shouldn't be that big of an issue if you're just listening to the videos, but if you are watching them and it does bother you, you can skip past the first two tiers, and I think that should be good. Also, side note, I think this might be the longest Reddit iceberg on the site. I'm not 100% sure, so don't quote me on it, but I don't think I've ever seen a Reddit iceberg that is 3.5 or 4 hours long. So anyways, if you've already seen all of the tiers and you don't feel like watching this video because you've already seen everything in it, I don't blame you. I'll see you again next week for a new video. For anyone else who hasn't seen all the tiers, or they just want a long video to put on in the background, I think this video will be perfect for you. So I won't waste any more of your time. Thank you so much for watching, and I really hope you enjoy. Let's kick things off with That Evil Farming Game. This one is very mild compared to what comes up later. That Evil Farming Game was originally mentioned by the user Sparta213 on the subreddit Tip of My Joystick. This game was kind of like Harvest Moon. I know almost nothing about this game. All I can remember is that it's kind of like Harvest Moon, but with a dark twist. The game starts out with you and your wife. One night you get into a fight and you end up stabbing her to death. Now the game revolves around you farming to stay alive while trying to keep the town from finding out about the incident that happened. Every now and then the cops come to search your house and you have to hide her corpse. Edit. I have no recollection of what console this game was for or when it came out. I know that it was released after 2000. I know this is so vague, but it's really hard to remember something you forgot. Also, it had to be before mid-early 2015. Graphics were not 3D. I'm 100% sure it wasn't a browser game. This post gained a good amount of traction and had a lot of people theorizing as to what game this might be. A couple years later, a different user would make a post on the same subreddit, and it seems like they're trying to find the same game. Evil Farming Game. There was this game I used to have downloaded in about 2006 before I upgraded my computer and lost it. It was a farming Stardew Valley style of game where you murder your wife and then you try to pretend you never killed her, and that was the whole game. Keep farming and make sure no one finds out you killed her. There was a fishing minigame, and I specifically remember fishing up evidence of your wife's murder and then you pass out. Edit. It wasn't pretending to be a kid's game, it wasn't RPG Maker, and I got it off some indie dev's website. There were screens between each day that showed the date in the game, and one of the characters was an old dude with a white beard. At this point, a ton of Redditors were scrambling trying to figure out what this game was. It had a lot of people curious. And apparently this game never existed at all. It all stems from a streamer named Vinesauce who in 2015 had an idea for an evil Stardew Valley game.
It honestly, you know what it sounds like? It sounds like Harvest Moon, but with like corpses. It sounds like that'd be a fun game, just playing as Harvest Moon, but throughout all of the gameplay, you gotta hide a dead corpse. You know what? You know what? No, fuck. You know what it is? Harvest Moon. It's just regular Harvest Moon with your wife, and midway in the game, you have an argument with your wife, and you accidentally kill her with like a, I don't know, like a saw blade. No, fuck it. You kill her with like a barbecue kebab rack. Like you impale her accidentally, and you're like, oh shit, I didn't mean that. And at the same time, as you gotta like, you know, you gotta manage your farm, you know, raise your chickens and milk the cows. You also gotta like hide the body from the cops sometimes, from health security checks, and yeah.
The original poster, Sparta213, also admitted that he would frequently fall asleep to Vinesauce's streams around this time, so it seems like this was all just a dream. This doesn't explain why other people shared this false memory of this game. Maybe they were falling asleep to Vinesauce streams too, but this is the widely accepted theory now, and the game just never existed. Yay video games. Around 2008, in the earlier days of the internet, there was a user who went by the handle Yay video games who was active in several different gaming communities. There was nothing odd about him, he was just a normal guy who was very passionate about video games and liked talking about them with other users. Well, around 2010, another user makes a post in r/gaming, one of the communities that Yay video games was very active in. Just got Oblivion for PC. What are your favorite mods? I want to make this game as pimped out and awesome as I can. Yay video games comments under this post, the uninstall button. The game is great and all that, but god is it hard to fully remove all the junk it leaves behind on your system. You really need to check out that mod when the time comes to get rid of it. Otherwise, I think Oscuro's Oblivion overhaul is a nice start. Obviously, people were confused by this because the response really doesn't make any sense, but when asked about it, Yay Video Games would respond, the uninstall button. The game is great, Ubisoft goes Steamworks bye-bye, always on DRM, but you oft go work, always on work DR. Check out the junk it leaves behind in you. This comment makes even less sense, but Yay Video Games would go on to spam the phrase Ubisoft goes Steamworks bye-bye, always on DRM over and over again with different formatting each time, which means he wasn't just copy and pasting these, he was actually writing them himself. He would also occasionally link pictures of him handwriting the phrase, and in all, he spammed this phrase over 4,000 times. Eventually, Yay Video Games would stop posting, and he hasn't been seen since, so it seems like this Redditor just had a mental break and lost his mind. According to another Redditor claiming to be his friend, Yay Video Games passed away in 2015, unfortunately, so rest in peace. Colby 2012. Now we're getting into the real stuff. This one is disgusting. This is referring to an Ask Reddit thread from 2012. I think my teenage son may have touched our dog. I'm not sure what to do. Help me Reddit. This is a long one. There are 3 separate posts from this user about the situation with his son, and quite frankly, I don't want to read them. But long story short, this dad takes his dog into the vet, and they say that it seems like someone did a special act with this dog. On top of that, he found some suggestive content on his son's phone having to do with animals, which leads him to suspect that his son was responsible for this. Eventually, he confronts his son about this, and the son admits to violating the dog with a hairbrush. And somehow this guy decides to not tell his wife and to just let his son see a therapist, hoping this will all just blow over. Shockingly, he finds the son being inappropriate with the dog again only a few months later, and this time he does decide to tell his wife. When confronted by his mom, the kid denies everything, and she actually flips this over on her husband and accuses him of being inappropriate with the dog. And what do you know, it happens again. Who could have seen that coming? This time, the otherwise friendly dog finally decides to defend itself, and he bites the son twice. At this point, the wife realizes that she was wrong, but the husband decides to leave and take the dog with him. Captain Coochie's Key Lime Pies. This is a very strange and deep rabbit hole that I'm not going to be able to do full diligence to here, so if it sounds interesting to you, I would definitely recommend looking up a full deep dive on the topic. Captain Coochie's was a family-owned restaurant in Asheville, North Carolina. It opened up in 1978 and closed its doors in 2006. Since its closing in 2006, the building has been essentially abandoned. In 2009, however, 3 years after the closing, strange reviews referencing Captain Coochie's Key Lime Pie began to pop up all over the internet. These strange reviews would continue to pop up for another 7 years until they eventually faded out in 2016. These reviews would pop up under various different aliases and names, but many people theorize that it was all being left by one guy because the writing style in them is all very similar. One of the aliases used for these reviews was Roger Ramjet, which is actually the name of a character from the show Roger Ramjet. It was a cartoon that aired in 1965, and it only aired for 1 season. This show is very obscure, which means the poster probably grew up watching it, putting them around 70 to 80 years old now. And what do you know, one of the key plot points of the Roger Ramjet show was leaving secret messages behind in pies, which has led some people online to theorize that there is some sort of deeper or hidden meaning in all of this. What also lends credence to this theory is that, if you remember, I said that the posters stopped leaving these reviews in 2016. Reddit also found these reviews and started discussing them in 2016. This could be a coincidence, but many people speculate that the poster was aware that people were discussing him online, and he didn't like that people were looking into this, so he stopped posting. This mystery is still unsolved, but there are several theories surrounding it, one being that this was an AI or some sort of social experiment, which I don't think is the case. The reviews were left very sporadically, and there were never more than 10 reviews left in a single day, which makes me believe that it was in fact a real person typing these out. Other popular theories are that all of these reviews were just simply left by an old man with some sort of mental illness, or these reviews were some sort of coded message that we don't understand. Some people also believe that it could have been a troll, which makes no sense to me. Why would you shitpost like this for 7 years straight, and then as soon as the internet starts recognizing it, completely drop off and never post again? 2 broken arms. This is referring to a post made around 2012 in the IMA subreddit. I am a man who had an intimate relationship with his mother. Obvious content warning: if this stuff makes you uncomfortable, this post makes me uncomfortable, and I have been chronically online since I was like 9 years old, so if you want to tap out here, I don't blame you. When this kid was around 14 years old, he had an accident which resulted in him breaking both of his arms, and obviously without the use of either of his arms, he couldn't whack it. As a 14-year-old boy, he starts getting kind of moody, and eventually his mom figures out what might be the issue, so she decides to help him release some of the tension. This relationship would continue to progress until they were full-blown doing the deed, and somehow the dad was completely supportive of this the entire time. I do not understand how you can be okay with your life being you getting cucked by your son. And to make this even weirder, they continued this relationship long after his broken arms healed. They only broke it off after he went away for college. Anyways, this OP believes that this entire relationship that they had was a positive thing, and he doesn't regret it. When he was asked in the comments if anything was too far, he says that kissing and cuddling were both weird and kind of off limits, which is crazy that they draw the line at kissing. Poop scissors. This one is pretty tame, so I'm only going to touch on it very briefly for that reason. I honestly think it should be in tier 1 if anything, but it's exactly what it sounds like. In 2022, a user posted to the True Off My Chest subreddit talking about an ancient pair of shears that has been passed down through generations of the family, exclusively used for cutting turds. So OP's family just takes giant shits. The shears were originally passed down by OP's great-grandmother, and one day they will be passed down to OP. The Jolly Rancher story. This one is also going to be pretty brief, but for completely different reasons. It's absolutely vile, and I honestly don't know how much I can say about it on here. This story comes from the comment section of a now deleted Ask Reddit thread made in 2010. A guy flies out to see his girlfriend who recently went away to college, and they were gonna get down. But for some reason he notices that it smells and tastes really bad. Him being a nice guy, he didn't want to offend her, so he just put a Jolly Rancher in his mouth to cover it up. It didn't do much, but eventually while down there, he loses the Jolly Rancher. He retrieves the Jolly Rancher with his fingers and puts it back in his mouth as if nothing ever happened. Unfortunately, in the dark room, he did not see what he was actually putting into his mouth was a nodule of gonorrhea. It was filled with pus, and as soon as it exploded in his mouth, he began vomiting. Turns out, during the first week of college, she apparently cheated on him while at a club, and the rest is history. The cum box and the cum coconut. This entry actually refers to 2 separate Reddit posts. Cum coconut refers to a post made in the Today I Fucked Up subreddit around 2017. Today I fucked up by coming into a coconut. This user lived in a coastal southern African country with quite a warm climate, and his mom was on a health kick, where she was buying a lot of foods that she deemed to be healthy, and one of these foods was coconuts. And of course, this guy decides to steal one of these coconuts and it regularly for about a week. Eventually, this user starts realizing that the coconut is smelling kind of funny, and when he pulls out of it, he notices that there are tons of little maggots crawling on him. Cumbox refers to a comment posted under an Ask Reddit thread made in 2012. Throwaway time. What's your secret that could literally ruin your life if it ever came out? And one user says that his deepest secret is his cumbox, a shoebox that he's had for around 3 years that he's been regularly busting into. He says that he will never be rid of his need for it, and that he loves and hates his cumbox just as he loves and hates himself. And unlike the cumconut, this user actually provided pictures of this shoebox. I'm not going to flash you guys with them here, but they are out there and you can find them pretty easily. Worthless319. This entry actually refers to a Reddit account, u/worthless319. Worthless319 was a user going through some sort of psychosis, and he believed that he had the ability to stop the world from going into a nuclear war with North Korea. You might be wondering how he would accomplish this, and it's the obvious answer of shooting his schlong off 4 times with a revolver. He severed it completely and then proceeded to cook it up and have sausage for dinner. Eric and Annie. This entry involves 2 users, Eric R and another little piece also known as Annie. They met on a Reddit post originally made by Eric where he asks if any Redditors near him wanted to meet up and go get pizza. He had just gone through a divorce and was single again after his wife of 15 years and him split. Annie responded to this post saying that Eric seems like a really good guy and someone that she would get along with very well platonically, but she has a significant other and would never cheat on him. And they would need to communicate in public Reddit threads, no private messaging or emails of any sort, because that would be cheating. They would proceed to regularly make threads on r/let's chat where they would have one-on-one conversations with each other publicly. On Reddit, eventually a thread will be archived or locked, meaning that no new comments can be added, and as soon as one Reddit thread would be archived, they would make another one and continue the conversation. Threads take a while to archive, over 6 months, so these two were talking very regularly for years. Reading through these messages, it's very apparent that they were in love, and it really feels kind of weird reading them. Like you're reading someone's personal texts to their significant other. Eventually though, Eric would find his own significant other in real life, and at that point, Annie decides to finally break off this relationship between them. Annie said that she can't stand to hear about Eric with another woman without hurting herself, and that they'll need to wait for their second life to be with each other always and through everything. After this, Eric would create 4 different ghost threads over the next 2 years, all waiting for Annie to eventually respond again, but she never would. This one isn't even disturbing, it's just sad really. These 2 lovebirds definitely should have ended up together. The Swamps of Dagobah. This entry refers to a nurse who had to perform a genital surgery on a very large woman. She was 314 pounds and could barely fit on the stretcher. This woman had been shooting up IV drugs into that region. Once the patient is knocked out, the surgeon sinks a scalpel in, and the patient has a muscle twitch in her diaphragm, and just like that, all hell breaks loose. Unbeknownst to us, the infection had actually tunneled nearly a foot into her abdomen, creating a vast cavern full of pus, rotten tissue, and fecal matter that had seeped outside of her colon. This godforsaken mixture came rocketing out of that little incision. We all wear waterproof gowns, face masks, gloves, hats, the works, all of which were as helpful as rain boots against a fire hose. The bed was in the middle of the room, an easy 7 feet from the nearest wall, but by the time we were done, I was still finding bits of rotten flesh pasted against the back wall. As the surgeon continued to advance his blade, the torrent just continued. The patient kept seizing against the ventilator, not uncommon in surgery, and with every muscle contraction, she shot more of this brackish gray-brown fluid out onto the floor until, within minutes, it was seeping into the other nurse's shoes. I don't even want to imagine what that smelled like, but some of the nurses were even throwing up into their masks, and the room had to be quarantined for 2 days after, just to let the odor clear out. Lake City Quiet Pills. This is a very deep rabbit hole that really deserves a video of its own, but I'll do my best to kind of summarize it here. This mystery begins with this post made in 2009. The end of Religion of Peace. He died today. I'm the person who provided Religion of Peace the space for that old guy's image host. Milo died today. He was 79 years old. He died at his desk looking at your site. Milo was a mean old fucker, mean and ornery. He hooked me up with my first gig when I got out of the army. I didn't like finding him like that. Milo don't have any living relatives and no real friends, and other than his landlady and a few people where he worked, he didn't talk to anyone about much of anything. As I said, he was mean. I think he used that as a shield to keep people away from him. Milo thought God was some kind of con game thought up by some lazy sons of bitches who didn't want to work every day. So he's going into the fire on Monday without a service, just like he wanted. I'm planning to dump his ashes in the woods in Pennsylvania near where he was born. Can't put them right there because there's malls there now. I gave the girl next door his raggedy old cat and most of his books. His computers and Tronic shit he tagged for the disabled vets and VVA. All the rest of the stuff is for the Salvation Army. All those years and everything he owned fits in the trunk of my car. I don't know what else to say. I'll miss him, miserable bastard. Milo, aka Religion of Peace, was a pretty scummy guy. He was a moderator on r/jailbait, and he also had his own image hosting website. That old guy's image host, aka LakeCityQuietPills.com. It was very similar to Imgur. Now, what are Lake City Quiet Pills? Well, in a comment that Milo left before his passing, he writes, I can think of any number of criminal organizations who would benefit from taking a dose of Lake City Quiet Pills. It seems like Lake City Quiet Pills is slang for bullets. The user who posted about Milo's passing, u/26, also had a FARC account by the name of Angel26. The bio of this account reads, dispensing Lake City Quiet Pills to lousy bastards in need of permanent rest since 1968. Now here's where things get really interesting. Remember how I said that Milo had an image hosting website? There was actually a hidden chat room written right into the source code of that website. These messages were coded, but people were able to read between the lines here and kind of decipher most of them. One of the messages in this hidden chat room reads, we're having a birthday party for the old man on the 19th. Party starts at 3 p.m. the usual, and it also mentions how the phones in the hotel were not secure. Do you know what happened on January 19th at 3 p.m., the exact date and time of this party? The assassination of a Hamas officer whose name I am about to butcher. Mahmoud al-Mabua was assassinated in his hotel room in Dubai on January 19th, 2010 at 3 p.m. I don't know about you guys, but I think that's a pretty strange coincidence. The lamp story. The lamp story refers to a now deleted comment left on an Ask Reddit thread posted 13 years ago. The poster describes living an entire separate life in the brief moments of unconsciousness after sustaining a head injury in college. A parallel life / awoken by a lamp. Throwaway account because this is really personal. My last semester at a certain college, I was assaulted by a football player for walking where he was trying to drive. Note that he was 325 pounds and I was only 120 pounds. While unconscious on the ground, I lived an entire different life. I met a wonderful young lady. She made my heart skip a beat and my face red. I pursued her for months and dispatched a few jerk boyfriends before I finally won her over. After 2 years, we got married and almost immediately she bore me a daughter. I had a great job and my wife didn't have to work outside of the house. When my daughter was 2, my wife bore me a son. My son was the joy of my life. I would walk into his room every morning before I left for work and doted on him and my daughter. One day while sitting on the couch, I noticed that the perspective of the lamp was odd, like inverted. It was still 3D, but just wrong. It was a square lamp base, red with gold trim on 4 legs and a white square shade. I was transfixed. I couldn't look away from it. I stayed up all night staring at it. The next morning, I didn't go to work. Something was just not right about that lamp. I stopped eating. I left the couch only to use the bathroom at first. Soon I stopped that too, as I wasn't eating or drinking. I stared at the fucking lamp for 3 days before my wife got really worried. She had someone come and try to talk to me. By this time, my cognizance was breaking up and my wife was freaking out. She took the kids to her mother's house just before I had my epiphany. The lamp was not real. The house is not real. My wife, my kids, none of that is real. The last 10 years of my life are not fucking real. The lamp started to grow wider and deeper. It was still inverted dimensions. It took up my entire perspective and all I could see was red. I heard voices, screams, all kinds of weird noises, and I was becoming aware of pain. A fucking shit ton of pain. The first words I said were, I'm missing teeth, and opened my eyes. I was laying on my back on the sidewalk surrounded by people that I didn't know. Lots were freaking out. I was completely confused. At some point, a cop scooped me up, dragged me across the sidewalk and grass, and threw me face down in the back of a cop car. I was still confused. I was taken to the hospital by the cop. Seems he didn't want to wait for the ambulance to arrive and given CT scans and shit. I went through about 3 years of horrid depression. I was grieving the loss of my wife and children and dealing with the knowledge that they never existed. I was scared that I was going insane as I would cry myself to sleep, hoping I would see her in my dreams. I never have, but sometimes I see my son, usually just a glimpse out of my peripheral vision. He is perpetually 5 years old and I can never hear what he says. Not really a disturbing one to start off tier 3, but definitely a really sad one. Like, I can't imagine having to come to terms with the fact that my wife and kids never actually existed. Anyways, on to the next one. Vag Bacon. I really do not feel like talking about this one, and even if I did, there really isn't that much to say about it. On r/popping, a user with a very interesting username posted pictures of what came out of her on her period. What came out of her looked like a strip of bacon, and for whatever reason, she decided to fry it up. She even said that it smelled delicious and she was very tempted to take a bite, but she remembered where it came from and decided not to. Did she end up eating it? I guess we'll never know for sure, but honestly, I don't think I really want to. Scott Kleschult. This entry refers to a now deleted comment left on an Ask Reddit thread that was posted 9 years ago. To those who have accidentally killed someone, what went wrong? Like I said, the comment has been deleted, but luckily for us, everything is archived on the internet. In the comments, one user writes, "This still haunts me to this day. As kids, we had a hideout in this dirt cliff/cove. This is the best approximation I can find on Google, only 3 times taller and probably 10 times as wide. There was a neighborhood kid who, in hindsight, was probably mentally handicapped in some way, but to us, he was just the weird, creepy kid. This was the 80s and we weren't exactly raised politically correct. 3 of us were headed to our base and found the creepy kid sitting at the top in our guard chair. We yelled at him to get out and he said something like 'make me' and started lobbing dirt clods and sticks down at us. We all ran around the side to make our way up. It gets pretty fuzzy here, but all I remember is he fell. I still remember the sound. When we got back down to check on him, he was in a very awkward position with blood coming out of his mouth. We all just freaked out and ran home. And AFAIK, no one spoke a word of this to anyone. We didn't go back for over a month and never said a word of it between us. Again, this was the 80s, so media wasn't like today. Chances are it got a small article in the newspaper B section, missing mentally disabled child found dead after fall, or something like that. People on Reddit connected this comment to the disappearance of Scott Allen Kleschult, a 9-year-old boy who went missing in 1988. Scott Kleschult was last seen walking in his hometown of St. Charles, Missouri at around 5 p.m. Bloodhounds tracked Scott's scent for about 5 miles northeast of Fox Hill Road, then lost the trail. Scott has never been found, so obviously there's no way to say if this was him or not, but this one seems really shaky to me. It's definitely a reach. The only thing tying Scott Kleschult into OP's story is that it happened in the 80s. The man who ate his foot. This entry refers to a post made on r/IMA 7 years ago by the user Incredibly Shiny Shart. Hi all, I am a man who ate a portion of his own amputated leg. Ask me anything. So the quick and dirty. About 2 years ago, I was hit on my motorcycle. They salvaged my foot, but I would never be able to walk on it. I elected to have it amputated. I asked the doctors to keep it. I signed some papers, I got it back, and with the help of some friends, cooked a portion of the tibialis anterior. This poster also linked images of his stump and the process of cooking up his foot into some delicious tacos. My mom poisoned me. This entry refers to a post made in r/off my chest 12 years ago. This is a throwaway account. Ever since I became an adult about a decade ago, my mother has been against me moving out of the house. I finally got a job as a line cook 3 years ago. My mother and the rest of my family, which includes my sister and father, has been against it, mainly saying that such a job cannot sustain me, which was true. They also said that I would hate working, which turned out to be false. About a year and a half later, I quit due to health reasons. The following spring, I got a new job as a computer programmer. While they seemed supportive at first, my mother and sister, who I lived with, gradually became hostile. Eventually, I moved out of the house. About a month later, I lost my job, and about 3 months later, moved back home. Everything was cool at first, but as I was getting calls from recruiters and going to job interviews, they gradually became more hostile again, accusing me of being distant and not caring for them. However, they seemed to be very controlling and hateful of the fact that I wanted to move out and wanted a decent job. So last month, I finally got that job as a programmer again, but it was out of town. I had just enough money to relocate to the new city. They became very hostile starting a few days before I left, accusing me of not loving them, of hating them. On the day before I was scheduled to leave, my mother gave me 2 of the styrofoam ramen noodle cups and tore that cardboard covering that normally comes with it and threw it away. I was suspicious that they would try to sabotage my life, so I was careful in not trying to anger them. She gave me a few more food items, which I didn't use, to take on the trip with me. When I finally arrived at my new city and entered my hotel room, I chilled out. I was to go to work the next day. So after the first day at work, I ate a cup of ramen noodles and felt ill. I knew that feeling because my sister fed me something that made me feel the same way in late 2011, which I then assumed was because of my recent illness. I felt weak, lightheaded, and short of breath. I drank water to make me feel better because that's what I did last time this happened to me. Over the week, my mother kept calling me, making sure to remind me to eat my ramen noodles. I was short on cash then, waiting for my first paycheck. I never told her that I ate it. I suspected that I had been poisoned, and after doing some Googling, believed it was cyanide. Now, that is something that you should never have to think, that your own mother would do that to you. So I resisted that thought because I simply could not bear to think it. So I went to cyanidetest.com and ordered a kit, and I tried it. Now look at the graphics and the video on this page. I guess I am going to have to call the cops, and I will never speak to my family again. Update, 8:45 a.m. I am currently in Topeka, Kansas. I work downtown in a government office building, which has a police department. I visited the Capitol Police stationed here and spoke to an officer. I showed him the evidence, and he said that he could do nothing about it since the packaging was opened and might have been contaminated. So, does anyone have any ideas? Unfortunately, we never find out if OP was able to get any kind of justice after this, but what the fuck is wrong with her mom and her sister? Obviously, not everyone has a great family, but that is some serious psycho shit. The Butcher. We're skipping this one because I actually have no idea what it's referring to. Every time I try to look for it, it just keeps taking me to subreddits of meat. But I do know about this next one. The Whistler. The Whistler refers to another comment left on an Ask Reddit thread. This whole tier almost has been Ask Reddit threads. What is the creepiest thing that has ever actually happened to you? Bing Bong 1234 replied, I've been waiting a long time to tell Reddit the full story of The Whistler. This story requires many details, but it is unexplainable, creepy, and 100% true. I also have video evidence. When I was about 8 years old, I was taking my dog for a walk through the neighborhood with my mom. It was maybe 11 p.m. We live next to a swamp/woods area on the edge of our neighborhood in Lansing, Michigan. I remember it being very silent and slightly windy. From down in the swamp, we heard someone whistling at us. It sounded sort of like a bird, but each whistle was different enough where the lack of consistency made it human-like. The whistle sounded higher, then lower. I can't really describe it. My mom had a concerned, slightly terrified look on her face and grabbed my hand and said that we should go inside quickly. I didn't understand because I was too young, but seeing my mom freak out made me freak out too. After a while, I kind of forgot about it. 2 years later, I was taking my dog out again, late at night. There's a large bush that could easily obscure a person behind it just next to the front door. As I was finishing the walk, the whistling noise started again. Same pitches, same inconsistent, human-like tones. As soon as I heard it, a chill went down my spine, as I remembered exactly the feeling of seeing my mom, terrified, looking down into the swamp at something I couldn't see. Maybe she couldn't see it either. I ran inside as fast as possible. Years went by, and I thought about it less and less. I told only a handful of people, and eventually it slipped out of my mind. Fast forward to summer, I'm 24, started dating my girl Sarah. We moved out to South Dakota for work. For Independence Day, we decided to go out to Pierre and watch the fireworks along the bank of the Missouri River. There was a free camping spot behind a hospital where you could pitch your tent, hang out, and see the fireworks up the river. We were near the end of the campground, and there were very few people around us. As it was getting dark, the fireworks began. They were pretty far away, so the illumination they brought was very little. Thus, we had to sit right at the edge of the river to be able to see them. A huge thunderhead was moving in, and a storm was imminent, so the air seemed electric, and the wind was picking up. The atmosphere was eerie to say the least. The police boats herded all the other boats off the river and had left the area to do that elsewhere. Most of the other campers walked up the river to have a better view of the fireworks, but Sarah and I stayed back and were drinking PBR tallboys and kicking it. Suddenly, we heard the sound of a paddle methodically dipping into the water. We saw a figure steering a canoe about 20 meters offshore. Sarah decided to go get more beers from the car, leaving me alone to stare at this mystery person. And then, of course, they whistled at me. My entire body was frozen and covered in goosebumps. It was the exact same whistler from my childhood, more than a decade earlier. I looked at the figure, but it was much too dark to discern who it could be. They were wearing a hat. When they were perpendicular to the shore from me, they stopped paddling, turned the canoe to face directly at me, and whistled right at me. I was so frightened I stood up and shouted at them, "Who are you?" They didn't say anything, just whistled a couple more times, turned the canoe 180 degrees, and paddled out of sight. I'm a videographer, so I already had my camera by my side and was taking a video of the fireworks. As the canoe was almost out of sight, I grabbed my camera and got a shot of them whistling as they went away. When Sarah came back from getting beers, she was very confused as to why I was so freaked out. When I explained, she was freaked out a bit too. I was convinced we would both be murdered that night. How did this whistling person follow me after 14 years all the way to South Dakota? Was it a coincidence? Why was it the same whistling noise? Who was that person and where did they go? So many questions still unanswered. To this day, I'm more afraid of being outside in the dark where I might hear that whistling again. I'm open to any explanations. If there's interest, I will find a plug and edit a little video of the fireworks and the whistling noises and the canoe disappearing. I'm in Uganda currently and the internet is spotty where I am, so I'll do my best. He did end up linking the video of his alleged proof, but the general consensus now is that this story is fake, and honestly, I can't really see how it would be real, but it is very creepy nonetheless. Homicidal memer. This entry refers to a meme posted 12 years ago in r/advice animals. The meme uses a template known as Confession Bear, and it reads, "My sister had an abusive meth addict boyfriend. I killed him with his own drugs while he was unconscious, and they ruled it as an overdose." This post stirred up a good amount of controversy. Obviously, a lot of people assumed that no way it could be real, but others were genuinely concerned as to what OP had just confessed to. In a follow-up comment, the user writes, "First and only comment to be made here by me. I posted this wondering what would happen. There is some truth behind it, but I'm not saying what was true and what wasn't. If I had $1 for every time someone took me seriously on the internet, I would be able to retire from today alone. I'm sorry to anyone that I've offended to this point of ruining their lives. To everyone else, get fucked. It's the damn internet. If you want to catch a murderer, get out of your house, put on some fucking tights, and go fight crime. I'm quite done with Reddit for tonight. Back to the shadows of lurking. The world isn't quite ready for me." Edit. The reason for this post and the admittance it was a joke is because people started posting my own personal information on there. Edit. The reason for this post and the admittance it was a joke is because people started posting my own personal information on there. Not shit that was in my post history. Sure, you can find out information about me, but linking me to something that happened is completely different. I made a meme about something, and it was turned into people revealing my personal information. It was quite rude and very uncalled for. Pretty bold of OP to clarify that some part of the meme was true without clarifying which part, especially considering what she actually wrote. But let me know what you guys think. Did OP do it, or is this just another case of Reddit overreacting and doxing someone for no reason? Jason in Hell. This is a long one that has been covered to death on YouTube at this point. You can find like a million videos made about it already, so I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on it. I'm 30 male, having a hard time coping with my wife, 29 female, having cheated on me with our neighbor, 51 male. Basically, Jason found out that his neighbor had been laying pipe to his wife on the regular, and when he confronted her about this, she threatened to take their 2 children if they were to get divorced. Reddit overwhelmingly told Jason to get a divorce and that he deserved much better than this horrible relationship that he was stuck in. And of course, he decides that they're right and meets with an attorney in order to file for divorce. Jason is going to try to get custody of his children, and his wife decides that she does not want him to have them. So Brandy Worley decides to fatally stab her 2 children, 7-year-old Tyler and 3-year-old Charlie. She would end up being sentenced to 120 years for this, but this one is honestly just so sad. I don't understand how anyone could do something like that, much less a mother. I really hope Jason was able to make peace with this in some way, at least as much as possible, and rest in peace to Tyler and Charlie Worley. Red as Blue 101. In 2017, the Waterloo Regional Police were looking for a 24-year-old man in relation to a suspicious death investigation of a 22-year-old Kitchener woman. The man, Ajer Hassan, would decide to give his side of the story on Reddit under his account Red as Blue 101. Wanted for Kitchener murder, my side. I understand the early judgments made by society. Distancing myself makes it seem like I am trying to escape a crime. I'm not. I'm only trying to give myself some space and fully take in what happened before I turn myself in. The fact is, no one is more destroyed than I am. She was more than a girlfriend, a soon to be fiance. She was my everything. What happened that night was nothing but tragic. Looking back, we've been in a relationship for a year and 3 months. This was the first serious long term relationship for the both of us, so everything we did was a new experience. We traveled the world, our families met, had fights and made up, talked seriously about marriage and kids, the whole deal. I would never physically hurt her in any way. She would occasionally hit or slap me when I said something stupid, but I'd laugh it off. She met all my friends and family. Wherever I went, she was there. She would come to my house from Kitchener every week, about an hour, starting Fridays, and would stay for 3 to 4 days. The last month of our relationship, I started asking her to give me some space so I can work on my job. She started coming less and less like I asked. During March, her friend Anna got pregnant. Melinda and Anna then moved in together because Anna has a big family and wanted privacy in case she keeps the baby. I never met any of Melinda's friends at this stage, 1.2 years in. She told me all her friends only use her. That part was incredibly clear to me. They would only contact her if they needed their hair done or had boyfriend problems, including Anna. 1.3 months in, April, Melinda and I got into an argument via text, and our relationship ended. I went to her apartment that day to try and talk. Every time I tried breaking up with her, she would call my mom or drive down to my house, so this time I figured I'd do the same. Upon arrival, I was confronted by Anna's brother and her boyfriend. A physical altercation took place and the police were involved. At this stage, I knew if we were going to patch things up, it would be rough. We didn't see each other for a few weeks. Later on in April, Melinda and I started texting each other again. We agreed to see each other and talk. She was originally supposed to drive down to my house, but felt sick, so I told her I would come and she agreed. Melinda told me Anna and her boyfriend were present. The incident before might make things awkward, but I didn't mind. Upon arrival, it was just Melinda. She said Anna went to drop Christina off at a club, Melinda's sister. She invited me to her room right away. We cuddled and talked. We never spent so much time away from each other. We just cuddled, kissed, and talked about everything. A while later, Anna came back with another friend. She asked Melinda if everything was okay, and Melinda said yes. Anna will attest to this if she's honest. We continued to talk and finally decided it was worth it to try one more time. However, Melinda didn't want anyone to know, especially her family. She said after the police were involved in a physical altercation with Anna's brother and boyfriend, things wouldn't be right if they knew right away. I agreed we would keep it on the down low until things cooled down. We continued to talk. Anna and her other friend left the house to grab food. We both let everything out and our relationship was back on track. As I'm getting ready to leave, she asks me if I had done anything with any other girls while we were on break or any time we were on break. I told her we needed to be honest and said yes and told her about it. She started freaking out, wouldn't say a word, and just kept slapping me with tears in her eyes. Slaps turned into hits. I told her I was sorry, but if she didn't stop, I'd do something back. She didn't stop. I then stupidly pushed her harder than I expected. She fell against the sink. This was the first time I ever did something physically violent towards her. I told her I was sorry. She said, leave now. I began saying sorry even more and asked if I could get a hug. She was still crying. I go up to try to give her a hug. Almost out of nowhere, she grabs a knife by the sink. Initially, I thought she was just going to try to hold it and try to tell me to leave. She doesn't. She comes at me in full force, aiming the knife towards my face. I tell her to stop. She doesn't. I tried grabbing the knife, but ended up cutting my hands. After a few cuts, I lost it. I freaked out. I was scared and in a state of shock. Never in 100 years did I think she would use a knife against me. Out of shock and fear, I grab one. I hit her with it, almost blindly, a few times. I didn't know what happened. I was confused, shocked, and scared. I had no intentions of that happening. When I left, I honestly thought she was just passed out. Then I looked at the blood and started freaking out and just ran. I didn't know for sure she had died until the next day. I honestly had no intentions of ever doing that to her. I was protecting myself. She was with me the most. We were each other's best friends. She would tell me everything. Her deepest secrets that not even her friends or family knows. The amount of regret and sadness is beyond words. Everyone else is just reading or talking about it. I lived it. I was there. I did it. Every waking second, I relive that moment. At this stage in my life, it's not really worth it for me. Although it was out of shock and protection, I should have just accepted getting hit. Maybe I would have lived, maybe not. Anything is better than living with this. I'm reading the news and they are claiming it was targeted or an act of terrorism. Why would I buy her roses that night if I planned on killing her? I didn't even go home that night. I always have a passport in the car and decided to just get away for a few days before turning myself in or ending myself. If any of it was planned, I would have taken my stuff, I would have took cash. I'm in the United States with $200, no clean clothes, nothing. I didn't intend on any of it. It was out of fear and protecting myself alongside shock. I'm sorry to everyone, especially Melinda's family. I know it will not be accepted, but no, I didn't mean anything bad to happen that night when I was there. Rest in peace, my beautiful. I hope you forgive me in the afterlife. Hassan would end up being found guilty of murder in the second degree on Melissa Vasilij, and with that comes a life sentence with no parole eligibility for at least 10 to 25 years. Honestly, everything that he wrote in that post just sounds like victim blaming 101 to me. You can make up your own mind on whether you believe him or not, but I'm definitely not buying it. Like, how are you going to start the post by saying that you would never hurt her when you literally ended her life? This is your confession post. Mysterious stores. This entry refers to a post made on the Too Afraid to Ask subreddit around 2019. 12 mysterious and identical stores open on my street. What could be happening? I live just outside a big city in what resembles a suburban main street. Like many suburban main streets, retail business has been rough, and they've all closed down. This was around COVID time, so that's the reason that these businesses are shutting down. After a month of nothingness, suddenly 12, yes, a dozen, identical convenience stores pop up. They look the same, they aim for the same floor plan, they sell the same products at the same prices. The names are all tiny variations off of each other, like Town Name Mart or Market of Town Name, and all clearly bought their signs from the same place as the fonts, colors, sizes, and shapes are identical. These stores see no business that I've ever witnessed, yet they have large staff numbers and are surviving way longer than the former stores that closed down on this street. When I enter one, they all stare at me while I shop. I don't usually get nervous, but it feels like they're staring at me threateningly rather than intently. They only accept cash unless you pay some $50. Most of their products are Walmart brand Great Value products being resold for higher prices. Most of the products are expired food products. I bought bread from one without checking because I was in a rush, and it turned out it was 2 months expired. Upon returning to show them, I found that the entire shelf was expired foods. What was even grosser was the dairy cooler, which had ancient milk products. I'm so confused. I feel like I'm in an episode of The Twilight Zone. What's probably happening here? Update 1. Stayed late at work and didn't end up going yesterday. Sorry for the swarm of people who did remind me with one day. I'm reading through the comments to determine what to do, if anything at all. Sorry for less than eventful update, but given how many people were saying I was gonna die, I'm just gonna point out that I'm alive and well. The update is in response to OP promising to take pictures of these stores, which obviously a lot of people in the comments wanted to see, but OP never ended up actually providing these pictures, and it led a lot of people to dismiss this story as fake, with other people who believe the story to be real citing money laundering, drug moving, or even possible human trafficking as possible explanations. I was in a cult. This entry likely refers to a post made in the Confession subreddit in 2017. I say likely because there is apparently a ton of Redditors who have at one point been involved in a cult. This post has since been deleted, but it is archived online. Firstly, apologies for my anonymity. I don't want this to get back to me, but I haven't told anyone about this, and I need to get it off my chest. 3 years ago, when I was in college, I was suffering with severe depression. I took medication and attended therapy and group therapy. One day in my group therapy, our therapist told us that there's a man here to talk to us. For reasons, let's call him Bob. Bob was really energetic, really friendly, and understanding. He spoke to us on our level, a bunch of vulnerable teenagers. He told us about a group therapy holiday. We go away over the summer holidays and do some cool things like rafting, rock climbing, etc. He explained that it was completely free because the college would pay for us to go, and it lasts 5 weeks. Not many people were interested, but I decided to ask him a few questions after the session. He told me that it was all about adventure, making friends and having fun, whilst continuing our therapy. I asked for some details off him, but he didn't have a card, so he asked for mine. Stupidly, I gave him my phone number, email, address, and home address. Later that night, I was telling my parents about it. They seemed a little suspicious, but I was trying to convince them. Whilst we were talking, there was a knock at the door. It was Bob. My dad welcomed him in, and he spoke to both of them, explaining that it was good for my mental health, and it's also a lot of experiences, as well as completely free. After talking for a while, my parents agreed that I could go. They filled out some paperwork, and the next time I saw Bob was when I got on the coach, with lots of other people around my age. Bob was really enthusiastic and everyone looked excited, albeit we were all having mental health issues. Bob explained that on our first day, we would be doing an adventure course and building a raft to help with teamwork with fellow campers. We drove north to a walled-off campsite. It was huge. As we got off the bus, everyone had to go for a physical checkup. It was uncomfortable, but I assumed it was to make sure we could take part in the events. The doctor was very thorough. When we left, we couldn't find our suitcases, so we guessed that they were brought to our rooms, but when we got to our rooms, they weren't there either. I asked Bob, and he said that we weren't allowed them, and we weren't allowed phones either. He asked for all our phones, me and the other boys in the room refused, but then he said that it was in the contract we signed. Reluctantly, we all gave up our possessions, and he gave us these ugly tracksuits to wear because we didn't want to get our nice clothes dirty. We did some activities and they were fun, but then we all went for dinner. Before anyone started eating, one of the group leaders said that we should all pray. I'm not religious, and there was indication that this was a religious group, so I was a bit confused. The group leader said we should say thanks to the gods for bringing us together. I thought this was weird, but assumed he was just being inclusive of everyone's religions. Later that night, we all went to bed. Whilst we were in bed, another group leader, let's call him Todd, came in and forced us all to stand up. We did, and he told us all off for sleeping in our boxers. He said we should sleep in our tracksuits. We put our tracksuits on, and as soon as he left, we took them off again. It was summer after all. The next few days were pretty much the same. There were some fun activities, but they were always shadowed by the group leaders acting weird and very strict. The boys and girls weren't allowed to talk to each other. When we went swimming, we were in our tracksuits. We were really only allowed to talk during these activities. And every meal we had to pray, and the leaders always said things like, "The gods will show us the way to the end." And honestly, I was really getting creeped out. We did some exciting activities, but we also had to do some more boring ones, like meditation. They also told us that if we wanted to stay after the 5 weeks, we could stay, and we could invite our families to live with us. One evening, I asked Bob if I could call home just because I wanted to talk to my family. He said that my family was already told that I arrived safely, and I'm happy. I tried to argue it, but he was determined to not let me contact my family until the 5 weeks were up. I didn't know where they took my suitcase, so I had no way of contacting them. That evening, there was a campfire event. It was integrated with a group therapy session. I asked to use the bathroom in the main building and sneaked off. There was a small office that was empty and the lights were off, so I went in and used the phone to call my home phone. I told my mom what was happening, and she said that they would come and get me straight away. In the back of the office was another room filled with suitcases and a plastic box filled with phones. It took a while to find my phone, but I stuck it in my pocket, then tried to look for my suitcase. Whilst I was looking, Todd walked into the office and caught me. He practically dragged me out and sat me down in the hallway, yelling at me for disobeying the rules. He said I was trying to get my clothes and it was a sin to be proud or something like that. He took me back to the group and told the other group leaders in front of everyone else. The group leaders were angry at everyone and started going over the rules. We were all sent to bed without dinner. In bed, I was on my phone, texting my dad, who said they were arriving now. I made sure the other boys didn't see I had my phone. Eventually, my dad texted me saying something like, "We are outside, come now." So I pretty much jumped out of bed and ran as fast as I could, past the group leaders who tried to stop me from running out of the building. Down the dirt road to my mom's car at the edge of the campsite, the leaders chased me. My dad got out of the car and locked me in the car with my mom. The group leaders were saying that I wasn't allowed to leave, that my parents had signed a contract saying I can't leave until the 5 weeks are up. My dad refused, and they tried to open the doors to get me out. Somehow my dad got back into the car, and the doors were locked before they could get me out, and my parents just drove me home. At home, I told my parents everything. The next morning, Todd and some other group leaders were at my front door. My dad told them to go away as they still tried to get me to come back to the camp, but they wouldn't leave without me. My dad called the police and the police escorted them away. We couldn't see them, but we knew they were watching. I pretty much didn't leave the house for the rest of summer, and I was constantly peering out my window. When college started again, I left my house on my own for the first time to go get the bus, and as I was walking down the road, I could hear Todd and the others calling after me. I tried to run, but there were around 10 of them. They surrounded me on the street. A few people from their houses heard the commotion, and I yelled out for them to call the police. A few men came out and a fight started. I managed to run back to my house and lock myself in. The group leaders were arrested, but the next week a new group would show up in my area. Eventually we moved houses, I stopped going to college, and we had to start a whole new life. We don't live in witness protection, but we use fake identities to stop them from finding us. My parents were in contact with the college and the police. The college stopped funding the group, and the police told us that they would start an investigation and that Todd had killed himself whilst on bail. Update: I never intended for this to be a potential way of exposing the group, and I didn't expect it to have such a huge and supportive reaction. As some of you have some questions, I'd like to answer them, but I still wish to remain anonymous and not give away too much information. In response to all the questions about my phone, I didn't think it was worth mentioning that I had turned it off before I handed it over. I haven't heard from any of the teenagers in the group since I left, and I haven't heard from the leaders since we moved houses. There was an investigation a few years ago, and I don't know what has happened to the group. Some of you have guessed my country, but still, I don't want to give away too much information about where I live. The reason I won't expose the group is because it would be interfering with the police investigation if it's still ongoing, and it would bring more attention to myself. When I said we changed identity, I mean we unofficially have started using a new surname. Our closest relatives know this. We didn't take out a restraining order because it would only lead to court cases and a potential threat to our family. As explained above, a group of leaders were arrested and charged with harassment, however more people turned up soon after. I am scared of even Googling the group name, as I know if they tracked me down it wouldn't end well. I hope you all understand the position I'm in, and know that for my family and my own protection, I can't give more than that. I also wanted to say thanks for the supportive messages. You guys really are the greatest community. Maybe one day there will be a complete resolution to this and I'll be able to tell my full story to you all. Final update from 2023, 6 years later. Hi, I think it's time for things to finally come to light. For the people that are still following the story, this will be my last post. Strap in because it's a long one. Back in 2011, I was studying at a college in the UK. Like a lot of teens, I was struggling with mental health, and I'm lucky that my college had a good supportive network in place for people like me. My college offered me private therapy and got in contact with my doctor to arrange medication. They really helped me. One day during a private therapy session, I was told about a group that works with college students with mental health problems and was invited to attend a meeting to see what they do. There were about 20 students listening to two men talking about an exciting opportunity for us, where they would take us to a camp where we could do adventurous things, such as rock climbing and archery. But the main goal was to help us learn more about our mental health, and through group therapy sessions eventually work through our problems. I signed up. I gave them my contact details, but they said they would need parental permission before I go. I didn't realize that they would show up at my house that evening. I hadn't even had a chance to tell my parents about it. The two men were very persuasive and made the trip sound very enticing to me, but my parents had their doubts. My mom was very suspicious about them showing up to our house unannounced, and the long contract they brought with them. My parents refused to let me go, saying it sounds like a cult, and escorted the men out, and that was it. I had nothing more to do with them. I have no idea what happened at that group. I doubt it was a cult. In fact, it was probably a charity-funded group, and they had genuine and selfless intentions. But I understand my parents' skepticism. I don't know anyone who went to the camp, and I can't remember the name of the organization, and I continued my private therapy. Fast forward a few years, and I'm sitting at my desk at my very first office job, bored, mindless, and listening to a podcast series about creepy stuff that's happened around the world. One of the episodes was about Heaven's Gate, a famously tragic cult, where the founders sought out people who were marginalized, lost, and had mental health issues to join their group. The story triggered some creativity inside me and led me to r/confessions. The story didn't take me long. I was just letting my creative juices flow as my coworkers looked on, probably thinking I was working on something really important. But yes, the truth is that this was just a spooky story with far too many inconsistencies. Alright, that's enough of that one. He basically just says the story ended up getting way bigger than he expected, and he even saw it posted on YouTube. Whoa, fourth wall break. But he eventually wanted to clear things up and tell the truth. Some people still theorize that the story is real and that the cult actually caught up with OP and forced him to post this and clear their name. Obviously, it is more likely that it is just a scary story, which is what I think, but let me know what you guys think. Was OP really in a cult? Unlikely heroin addict. This is referring to the user Spontaneous H. He made his first post way back in 2009. I did heroin yesterday. I am not a drug user and have never done anything besides pot back when I was a teen. Ask me anything. I have never been a drug user. I drink once in a while and smoked pot years ago back when I was a teen in high school a few times, and that's it. I'm 24 now, have a master's and a well-paying job. Yesterday I was walking through Washington Square Park, where I pass every day, and there was always people there looking to sell drugs. Not in the park anymore due to cameras, but it is well known that you can meet a dealer and then do the transaction elsewhere these days. They usually don't solicit drugs to you unless you stop to stand around near one of them for some reason, or look like you're looking for something. Yesterday I happened to stop by a row of benches to check some messages on my phone when a dealer on the bench to my right asked if I needed anything. My life has been pretty boring the last few years, and I feel like I haven't really lived, taken any risks, or done anything crazy. So I figured, what the hell, maybe I'll buy some pot. It's been a while. I said yeah, and after asking me several times if I'm a cop, he gives me his number and tells me to meet him at a fast food place several blocks away and he will hook me up. I say alright and nervously check to make sure I have cash and go meet this shady looking dude. We sit down and after hounding me asking me if I'm a cop, he asks what I need. I tell him I just want a dime bag and he says something like, "Nah, sorry man, I only sell half ounces. You can take that and I've got some coke and H." At this point I didn't want to buy a half ounce of pot. I probably never smoked more than an eighth in my life, and then I started considering his last word, heroin. I've heard so much about it and how crazy addictive it is, and seen it in the movies and TV. I'm thinking The Wire here, one of my favorite shows, and it really started to intrigue me. I've always wondered what it would be like to do heroin. Out of nowhere, I say I'll take the H and we do the deal there. I give him the cash under the table, and he slides me a small order of fries with a little stamped wax baggie in it, then he tells me to let him leave first. I put it in my pocket and then nervously race home, my heart racing. I cannot believe what I just did. I held onto the bag in my pocket, palms sweating the whole ride home. When I get home, I open up the bag and dump some of the golden flakes and powder onto my glass coffee table. At this point, I don't even know what to do. I know you can snort heroin, but it looked all flaky, so I try to remember how they did it in the movies, and they always seem to inject it in the film, so I started Googling how to snort heroin like an idiot and do little research on the stuff and how much to take. I used a card to get it into a fine powder and move a small bump to the side, which I inhaled through a dollar bill. I didn't feel anything yet, so I snorted a small line which was essentially half the bag. There was very little inside. I waited, and in the few minutes I had the most pleasurable feeling of pure relaxation and bliss wash over me. I just sat there and everything felt amazing. I nodded off and it was great. I had the TV on, but I wasn't paying attention. I must have sat there for around 4 hours, doing nothing but feeling total pleasure. It was like a full body orgasm times 10 that just kept going on and on. When I would nod off, it felt like I was in a pure conscious lucid dream-like state. Sometimes it felt like I was leaving my body. At this point, I did the rest of it and stayed up all night, and must have been high for 10 hours straight. I might have slept at one point. It's hard to tell the difference when you nod off and everything feels good regardless. Just the feeling of being under a blanket was amazing. I was blown away by the power of this drug and just how orgasmic it felt. I never understood why people did drugs before and got so hooked on them, but now I see why. I have the urge to do it again, but I will resist it and not do it. At least not for a long time. I understand the addiction potential and how someone could easily tear apart their lives with this stuff. Heroin is pure powdered pleasure. I actually feel proud of myself for having the balls to do something this crazy, and I feel like it was a valuable life experience and my window into another world and part of society. I can probably guess that he does end up doing it again, and it spirals into this user battling addiction for multiple years, overdosing multiple times and being checked into psychiatric hospitals. He would eventually end up getting clean, but it was not an easy battle for him. I guess you can just take that as a warning. Don't try heroin, no matter how cool it might sound. Late night recordings. This entry refers to a post made in r/ghosts around 2014. Experience using Sleep as Android app. I use an app called Sleep as Android to improve my sleep. One of the features is that it records your nighttime noises, snoring, sleep talk, cover ruffles, coughing, etc. I've been using the app since October 1st of 2013. I've never caught anything other than sounds created by me changing positions or coughing or something like that, although I've been told several times I talk in my sleep by other people. On December 30th at 2:04 a.m., I caught something very weird. To set up, this night I was sleeping in my bed. My 3-year-old was with me that night as he is scared of the dark. It was just the two of us in the whole house. The next night, I decided to go through and delete some of the recordings and saw this particular record. In it, you can hear some clicks that start to get louder over the course of the recording. Eventually, you can hear me say, "What are you doing?" And immediately after, there's a deep voice that says, "Nothing." The clicks become very loud at that point, and at the very end of the recording, you hear the same voice say, "That's them, I think." I am pretty creeped out by this. I don't remember being awake that night. The only plausible explanation is that I answered my own sleep talk, but the voice doesn't even sound like me or something I could emulate. It definitely doesn't sound like a voice that my preschooler could emulate either. I keep a fan going at night for white noise, but the clicks sound like they're coming from the right near my phone, which is placed right by me on my bedside table. I want to say that I picked up the clicks a few times on recordings before, but deleted them thinking it was nothing. This is the first time I've heard anything though.
Oh, what are you doing? Okay. That's
Of course, with this being the ghost subreddit, a lot of people assume that it could be something paranormal, but the most common theory by far was that OP was the victim of some sort of home invasion. Regardless of what it was, OP would end up moving out of the house only a few months later because of this incident. Let me know what you guys think this was though. I definitely err on the side of an intruder, but who knows, it could have just been a literal poltergeist. Datura. This entry just refers to the existence of Datura. Datura is an extremely potent deliriant hallucinogenic that is known to produce lifelike hallucinations and a psychosis that lasts for around 3 days. The most infamous use of Datura on Reddit comes from the user Flip'n'Flop. In 2017, he made the post, "Finally got my hands on some Datura. How much should I take?" Hi guys, I finally got some Datura to try out. I'm free tomorrow and I have the house to myself, so I am really excited to try the effects of this interesting plant. I have around 60 seeds, some dried flowers, and leaves. How much should I take for a nice first time trip? I was thinking of crushing up some seeds and making tea with them. Drink the tea and smoke a couple leaves while the tea is starting to take effect. Would 15 seeds be enough? Sources on the internet tell me a regular dose is around 10 to 20, but I've seen some talk of 30 plus seeds. Thanks guys. Edit. Slowly drank the tea in about half an hour. Didn't taste too bad. Not feeling much yet. I'll check back with you guys in about an hour or so. Literally everyone in the comments told this guy to not do this because despite it being a horrible time and a nice first time trip dose not really existing, it's also extremely dangerous and can literally kill you. And OP would never check back in again, but he would leave a couple more comments, including under his own post, Google.com. How normal again, stop now. And under a short clip of 2 mammoths fighting in totally accurate battle simulator posted in r/gaming, he would write, "Please, these big dog are fighting, not okay." And after that, he was never heard from again. So Death, psychotic break, just some sort of troll. We'll never really know for sure, but let me know what you guys think. U/Carl H. U/Carl H refers to one of the most evil Redditors of all time. I'm only going to touch on this one briefly, but there are much better and more in-depth videos on this one. Basically, in the early mid-2010s, Carl H was like a Reddit god. Everyone loved this guy because he was teaching people to code for free, just out of the kindness of his own heart. What a great stand-up guy, right? Anyways, long story short, Carl H and a colleague of his would be arrested for the SA and producing CP of his own underage son, who was in grade school. That took a turn very fast, huh? Yeah, this guy is a complete scumbag. And this little bitch would hang himself to avoid sentencing. What an absolute coward. Rest in piss, Carl H. I know he's looking up at us all right now. Intruder. I'm pretty sure this entry is referring to the Snapchat intruder, which is a really good and interesting story. For some reason, a lot of people thought this one was real. It was posted to r/nosleep, which is a subreddit for fictional horror stories. This story is 9 years old. It came out when I was 13, which is crazy to think about, but when I first saw it, I was really creeped out. If you want to hear it, there are tons of videos covering it on here, but I don't understand why everyone acted like this was real. It was not ever supposed to be real. And since it's 100% confirmed to be fake, I'm not going to cover it, but it is really interesting if you do want to check it out. U/Daryl Pratt. U/Daryl Pratt, aka the Reddit stalker, was obsessed with a girl named Alana Pierce. He made several very creepy stalkerish posts, such as, "Can I get in trouble for sending a girl love letters? I'm an 18-year-old male and need help getting a 26-year-old girl on the internet like me. Please help, I'm desperate. If someone banned me on Facebook and I make another account and pretend to be someone else, can I get in trouble?" This post in particular reads, "I followed this girl on YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram for over a year. She's a minor celebrity. I liked and commented on everything she has posted for over a year, and I only said nice things. She replied to me a lot. Then for no reason she banned me from all of them. I've never met her and probably never will, but her posts and replies were the best part of my day. I made another account begging her to unban me, but she banned that one too with no response. She is literally the best thing in my life, so I was just going to make another account with a fake name to follow her. But I compliment her in every post, so I think she will suspect it's me. So if I only say nice things and compliment her, it can't be harassment or stalking or anything, could it? I live in Kentucky and she lives in California, so it's not like I'll ever meet her." Doesn't exactly take a detective to figure out that this guy was probably blocked for a reason and was almost definitely saying some really weird shit. Alana would even end up addressing this publicly on her Twitter. I try not to talk about this publicly, but one of the worst things about stalkers is that you have to read their shit to screenshot for police. I can't tell you how exhausting it is. It doesn't matter if you tell them to go away or how long you ignore them for. It doesn't stop. I know that most who read this aren't the target audience, but on the off chance that even one of you is, no matter how many of a content creator's videos you've watched, you aren't entitled to date them or even be friends with them. Your time viewing is not a relationship. Daryl Pratt's account would be banned on Reddit, but apparently since 2020 he's figured shit out and is doing a lot better. And hopefully leaving people alone. The next entry is an ARG, which stands for Alternate Reality Games. It is another completely fictional post, so I'm skipping it. I'm sure it's great. It's called 9M9H9E9, if any of you want to check it out. Anyways, decomposing fetus story. I am so tired of talking about this gross shit. It's pretty much like Swamps of Dagobah from Tier 2. OP really hammers home that the person in the story was a very obese woman. Apparently she got pregnant, didn't know about it, miscarried, and also didn't know about it. She showed up to the emergency room with stomach pain as well as a variety of other symptoms, and there was a baby zombie from Minecraft inside of her. Also, this post is like extremely hard to find for some reason. It's almost been deleted from the internet. Wang has a full video on this topic if you do want to hear more about it for some reason, you fucking weirdo. I'm not in any place to judge though, you do you. Quantum immortality. This entry refers to the Reddit user AFH43. He was a normal dude posting on r/streetwear and r/sneakers, but eventually he heard the theory of quantum immortality, and it drove him insane. Basically, it's a multiverse theory that your subjective reality lives on forever. If I were to be in a car crash, the theory states that there are two universes, one where I don't survive and one where I do. Regardless of what happens in this universe, my subjective experience will just transfer over to the other universe where I did live, making me and everyone else theoretically immortal because our subjective experiences will forever continue on, which might not sound too bad on a surface level, but you're just here forever and you're gonna watch everyone you love die eventually. This theory would drive AFH insane, and in 2017 he would make his last post ever to r/AskScience. Quantum immortality. I'm killing myself soon. It's too much and I can't take it anymore. This one is really sad because it really shows how much your mind shapes your perception of reality. Up until his last post, he was just spam posting across multiple different subreddits asking anyone to disprove the theory to him. What he wasn't realizing or accounting for was that this is just a theory. I mean, it's not actually proven at all. Nickelodeon hamster wheel. This entry refers to a post made on the Tip of My Tongue subreddit in 2018. Nude humans walking towards and in hamster wheels. Possible broadcast interference, early 2000s. When I was about 16, I came home from hanging with my friends. I was a huge cartoon fan and still am. Grabbed some food and settled into my bed to watch Nickelodeon. I knew it was Nick because it was the last channel I watched that day and no one shared the TV in my room. So I turn it on to see this creepy black, white, and gray scene where hundreds of nude humans are walking in a line over these hills in the background towards these giant hamster wheels in the front of the scene. They're walking towards the wheels as a few people are already in the wheels walking endlessly and mindlessly in this robotic zombie-like state. The people walking towards the wheels are also in a similar state, as if there's no life within their eyes. They're just cold and robotic. There's this wind-like noise whistling in the background. It looks real, not animated. And as I watch in awe at this dark scene, I ask myself why Nick would have something so live and non-action really, as the entire scene keeps just repeating itself of more humans walking towards and in these hamster wheels. I start thinking maybe it's just something weird short and it's kind of cool in a dark sort of way, but minutes go by and it starts to get dull watching this same scene not doing anything else. So I quickly change the channel to something else when in a split second I realize, wait a minute, what the fuck did I just watch? And change it back immediately, only to find SpongeBob on mid-episode. You could tell SpongeBob was on for a while, not like the weird short played first and it just came on or anything. Freaked out, I kept going back to surrounding channels thinking maybe it wasn't actually on Nick, but nothing had the hamster wheel video on. I have tried to research what this was for years and never have been able to find anything remotely similar. Not sure if it was some sort of broadcast interference or something out of this world, but if anyone has any information or a logical explanation, I would greatly appreciate it. As far as I know, this is still unsolved, but a lot of people in the comments reported having a similar memory. It seems to be some sort of Mandela effect thing or something like that, you know what I mean? Maybe it did really happen, but if it did, it seems to be lost media now. I don't remember anything like this, but in the early 2000s, I was really young, so I probably wouldn't. I am curious if any of you remember something like this airing around this time. Jimmy C. Demon. This refers to a now deleted post made in the Ask Reddit thread around 9 years ago. I met a man once who knew everything about me and said he'd jump off the San Francisco Bridge many years ago, even though I met him in Tybee Island, Georgia. This has haunted me for a long time. I was about 19 or 20 at the time, and I was living in Savannah, Georgia. I drank a lot, had a crappy fake ID. I worked this terrible job as a grunt laborer. The kind where you go to those temp labor agencies like AbleBody and Labor Finders. I'd show up at 4 a.m., work until 5 p.m., and drink myself to sleep after only taking home maybe about $60 for the day. I was supposed to go into work this particular morning, but I decided to skip. It's a labor agency, they'll just find somebody else. I call the girlfriend and tell her I want to go to the beach, Tybee. I had already started drinking. She comes over, we hop in my big, ugly van, pack up some rods, and head to the beach. I decided to have a drink across the beach at this little bar. This is where the story gets interesting. Shortly after ordering my drink, I get this really weird feeling. I became hyper aware of my surroundings. The door opens, and I see this guy walk in out of my peripheral vision. There was a seat between me and my girlfriend, but the bar was empty at like 9 a.m. and he could have sat anywhere else, yet he chooses to sit right between her and I. Then he starts doing this thing with his fingers. The bar top was reflective, and he takes his fingers like two little legs and starts just walking with them and skating with them on the top of the counter. This isn't something out of the ordinary, but I took notice because when I was in school, I did that all the time. I pretended that I had rollerblades on my fingers and that I was skating around on my desk. I hated school and was always distracting myself, so I became kind of mesmerized for some reason. That's when he looks at me, and in this really kind of Germanic or Nordic accent, he says, "I notice you're a man who pays attention to detail. I'm also a man who pays attention to detail." Now, before I continue, I have to describe this guy. He had this short, spiky hair that was bleached at the tips, kind of like a late 90s style. He had really expensive clothes on, like a nice Prada leather jacket, nice designer jeans, really nice boots. He seemed like a kind of gay guy with awesome fashion sense and really distinctive taste. I always remember this because I think to myself, some weird homeless crazy guy couldn't have afforded those clothes. Anyway, the other thing that stuck out was his eyes. They were piercing gray. It reminded me of like a husky's eyes, but his pupils just stayed this disturbing pinpoint size. They were just extremely small, which caused his look to be kind of terrifying. His teeth were normal, right? But not at the same time. I don't know how to explain it. They were sharper than they should be, as if they were filed slightly. His hands were normal, but his fingernails were slightly long and pointed, as if he deliberately did it. He kept licking his teeth too, as if he were salivating. The thing about this guy is that you look at him and everything seems normal, but off at the same time. So you're questioning if you're crazy for thinking this. This guy then begins to start talking about the relationship between me and my girlfriend, but really strangely. He's talking about how beautiful she is and how I should start paying more attention to her. I was kind of a dick to her. Shortly after he began talking like this, I had this almost knowing feeling come over me. Like, I knew this guy just wasn't human. I look at my girlfriend and say, "You need to leave." She just kind of looks at me like she knows too. Without a word of protest, she gets up quietly and leaves. Later I learn that she went next door to get coffee. That's when this guy literally says to me with the utmost confidence, "You were supposed to go fishing today." He points at the beach across the street. "If you had, I would have drowned you in that ocean. And I shit you not, he fucking hissed." Again, for some reason, this overwhelming calm had come over me. I just ask, "Who are you?" He answers back with this crazy guttural language, like, "Ak back," but it was really long. It sounded Arabic or Hebrew or something. I just, for some reason, without skipping a beat, and I have no idea why I was so calm to this day, ask, "Say it in a way that I can understand." He says, "You can call me Jimmy C. I jumped off the San Francisco Bridge years ago, and we've been watching you." From there on out, he never referred to himself as me or I, but only we. The conversation became something very strange after this. He was saying things like, "We see you taking a bath. We wish we too could feel the warmth of the water and the comfort of the steam," and other stuff. He kept buying me drinks, specifically whiskey sours. It was like he had an endless supply of money. He smoked Marlboro ultra-light cigarettes. After I don't know how long, because I lost sense of time kind of, I told him I'm going to leave. I walk next door, I get my girlfriend, and she's stone silent. We start driving home, don't say a word, then I just ask, "Do you know what that was?" And she just says, "That was a demon." This girl had parents that were scientists. She was really analytical, completely non-religious, and that was the first thing that came out of her mouth. Now, I didn't say this before because to me, this is the most important aspect of the story, so I'll just say it now, because it's what's happened after this that screwed me up for fucking years. The last thing this Jimmy C guy said to me before I left is this: "Look at my car." I look outside, I see one of those newer Volkswagen Beetles. It was white. What does the license plate say? I look at the plate and it literally says "Fierce." He looks me dead in my eyes and says, "The next time you see me, I'll be driving a black Mercedes and the license plate will say Utopia." Stupid, right? That night, I was still calm. I don't know why. I felt like that guy on Office Space after his hypnotherapist died right in front of him and he was weirdly zen. But my girlfriend started having terrible nightmares of this guy's head just staring at her in her dreams. Weeks went by, and that's when the encounter started affecting me. I found myself becoming paranoid about that black Mercedes. Every black car I saw, I checked if it was a Mercedes. If it was, I immediately looked at the license plate. I started doing it when I watched TV or movies as well. I couldn't stop. Now I'm just gonna fast forward a bit. About 10 years go by, I'm 29, so this is just recently. And in silence, when I'm alone, when I'm drinking, I often think about this encounter. I still look at black Mercedes every time they pass, but I'm not so much anxious about it anymore as curious. And I remember that my girlfriend at the time always kept a journal. By now I'm pretty sure that I'm insane. Maybe I was drunk, maybe I'm not remembering any of this correctly. After years of trying to find news articles of a Jimmy C that committed suicide off the San Francisco Bridge, looking at black cars, and so on, I feel like I'd grow out of it. Yet still, I had to know. So last year I tracked down my ex-girlfriend. We ended on bad terms. I find out she's a school teacher in Wisconsin, has married a woman, and is actually trying to have a child. I figure she's not going to talk to me, but I sent her a Facebook message anyway. I ask her if she can find the journal from that day because I have to know if her events line up with mine. Sure enough, she had it, and it contained even more detail than what I remembered, because she had literally written it at the coffee shop next door right after it happened. Strangely, shortly after the OP posted this to Ask Reddit, the moderators would take it down. A lot of people believe that it has something to do with OP giving out this guy's license plate, but they wouldn't just delete the post, they actually banned him from the subreddit altogether, which for some reason to a lot of people adds credibility to OP's story. The user who originally posted this would eventually end up deleting their account, and we'll probably never know if this story was real, fake, exaggerated, but since this original post, a lot of other people have come forward, especially on Reddit, claiming to have their own encounters with Jimmy C. Demon. Which, huge coincidence, right? They read this Reddit story, and then suddenly, oh, they run into him too. I'm sure all of those people actually did just run into this same guy or entity, and they're totally not just looking for attention online. The edgy cat lady. As a cat person and someone who just loves animals, I hate this one. This entry refers to a post made around 2020 in the Made Me Cry subreddit. Crazy Omegle Cat Lady. So my friend was on Omegle and she came across a girl who told her that she was under the interest furry. And she said how there was a woman on there who killed, burned, and skinned cats. I will not post a picture because it is very graphic, and I deleted it because I was forever scarred. My friend wanted to find them. Before she was going to give up, she found them. Some people experienced the burning, others the skinning. My friend experienced her holding its skull. Holding the skull. At first my friend thought it was fake, but then she saw their thumb in its jaw, and then they poked its eye out. Right after I finished this post, she found her again. She snapped a picture and the girl was laughing at the dead cat, laughing at my friends and us on the phone. She is still on right now, showing off the dead kitten. I am crying for that poor kitten. The OP would end up posting picture evidence of this encounter. I strongly recommend not trying to find this one. I've seen a lot of really fucked up stuff on the internet. I've been chronically online since I was like 10, and a lot of it, you kind of get used to. It doesn't bother you as much. The one thing that always gets me is animals. They are pure and innocent, and I think there is a special place in hell for people who choose to hurt animals. You guys have probably seen or at least heard of the Netflix documentary Don't Fuck with Cats. Clearly this bitch didn't learn that the one thing people online don't play about is this. Reddit tracked her ass down, dude. They went full 007 Sherlock Holmes on her ass. But not every story has a happy ending, because Crystal Chirika Scott, the at the time 19-year-old girl who was responsible for doing this, was only sentenced to 30 months in prison and 5 years of supervised release. I personally think that we should have euthanized her, but at least her name and face are public now. Missing coworker. This entry refers to a post made on the Reddit Bureau of Investigation subreddit around 2020. On Wednesday, July 22nd, a coworker of mine abruptly up and left work before the end of his shift and hasn't been seen since. 1 week later, a text message is received from him containing only these 3 photos. Does anybody recognize the locations shown in these photos? I work at a lab that makes prescription eyeglasses in northern Ohio. Last week on Wednesday, about 6 hours into our 10-hour shift, around 7:10 p.m., A coworker of mine got up from his station in a hurry, left his bag with personal belongings at his desk, iPad, Bluetooth headphones, a prescription, phone charger, a book, and a couple other knickknacks, and walked out the door and didn't return. No one's seen him since. Some of my other coworkers thought he was just sick of the long hours and decided to quit, but that just doesn't make sense why he'd leave his personal belongings and not say anything. We tried calling him that same night, but his phone would just ring until it went to voicemail, and by the next morning his phone was turned off. My boss said he got a hold of his mom and that she hasn't seen or heard anything from him, but didn't seem too concerned, as she said he had a history of living a somewhat nomadic lifestyle in his past. She thinks he may have relapsed and owed someone money or just ran off with some girl. Apparently they aren't very close and don't have the best relationship. I know he had a history of drug abuse, but from everything I've gathered in the 2 years that I've worked with him, he cleaned his life up after an arrest in 2014 or 2015 for drug possession, and has been clean ever since. He always acted normal around me and seemed to be living a productive life. On the subject of the pictures, a couple days ago after work, I received a group text message that was sent to me, 2 of my other coworkers, and 6 other numbers I don't recognize. It was from him and contained the 3 pictures that I linked. No text. I tried calling and it rang once, then went to voicemail. When I called again, it went straight to voicemail. This whole thing has me feeling very uneasy and I don't know what to think. Does anybody here recognize the location of where these photos might have been taken? The first picture that OP links seems to be the back of a shed taken in what looks to be an alleyway. Notably in the background of the picture is a very distinctive building, which looks to be a church. The next picture is just a concrete sidewalk with an X graffitied in the corner. And the final picture is what looks to be an empty parking lot of a shopping center. Even with the large amount of attention that this post gained on the subreddit, no one was able to definitively pinpoint where these pictures were taken. Several months later, OP would return to the RBI subreddit with an update on the situation. I posted here back in July about a coworker who up and left during his shift, leaving behind several personal items and not telling anyone where he was going. The next day, me and several other people received a text message from him containing 3 blurry pics of an unknown location. I received several good recommendations on what to do, and ultimately the thread was closed by the mods. Today when I logged onto my Reddit account, I was surprised to see a ton of messages and chat invites. Apparently, Nexpo made a video about my story, and several people are understandably curious about any updates. Shortly after the thread was closed by the mods, a police report was indeed filed. However, in mid-September, I was one of the several people that were laid off from the lab we were working at, so if there were any updates on his case after that time, I'm not aware of them. I've done several searches of his name since I left the company to see if any media outlets reported on him, but I personally haven't been able to find anything. Understandably, many people were suspect of my story, and I get that, but I assure you I've not made anything up, nor have I exaggerated details. I got some slack in the original post for not filing a police report. I realize now that even though nobody else was willing to, I should have stepped up and done it myself. At the time, my perspective was that because I don't know this guy on a personal level outside of work, it really should be up to someone closer to him to do that. But rest assured, a report was filed. I'll try to answer any questions you guys have. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like OP's coworker was ever found, and even if they were found, OP would end up deleting their account, so we would never get an update about it. Based on what his mother had to say about him, I think it's not a stretch that he would get involved with the wrong crowd and have to ditch town, but that still doesn't explain why he would leave behind all of his possessions and the pictures that were sent to OP and the other people. So maybe it was something else, like some sort of psychotic break, but we'll never know for sure. I am curious to hear what you guys think though. OP definitely didn't kill his wife. This entry refers to a post made in the legal advice subreddit around 2015. Need help talking to the police about my wife. My wife has not returned home since she went out shopping late Saturday. It's getting to the point where I should call the police to file a missing persons report. I would like to be as helpful as possible when speaking to the police, but want to avoid triggering any suspicions about me. I hear a lot of stories about husbands being falsely accused when something happens. Should I only give them information in response to specific questions? Is there anything I should not bring up? I'm planning on contacting the police tomorrow morning. I can't postpone much longer as I'm getting messages asking about her, and don't want to say anything to her friends or family until I file the report first. I now realize that I should have talked to her friends and family first, but at this point, I don't want to explain why I didn't file a report yet. So a lot of immediate red flags in this post right away. First of all, his wife has been missing for over 48 hours at this point, and he really doesn't seem concerned about her well-being at all. He hasn't even filed the police report or talked to her friends and family. He seems to only really be concerned about not being a suspect himself if he tells the police, which is very backwards. If he didn't do anything to her, he has nothing to worry about. But even if that was a concern for him for whatever reason, it should be overshadowed by his concern for his actual wife who is missing. Of course, everybody in the comments notices how sketchy this guy is acting. Many people even went as far as to directly accuse OP of being responsible for his wife's disappearance. But he eventually clears up all of these accusations. You see, she had just decided to leave town for a while, and she even left him a handwritten note on the kitchen counter saying just that. For some reason, in 2015, she decided to leave a handwritten note instead of just texting him, and the note was left on the kitchen counter for over 2 days, and OP just never saw it. Yeah, obviously none of this guy's story makes any sense at all. It doesn't add up. Let me know what you guys think he did to his wife, because he definitely did it. U/Saprol. Saprol made a post in the now deleted Reddit community r/cornbeef approved. The post itself is pretty difficult to find now, but you can find the archived pictures. Basically, Saprol had a problem. She had just bought a new motorcycle helmet, but the helmet didn't fit her. Instead of deciding to, I don't know, actually buy a helmet that fits, she decides the best course of action is to perform buccal fat removal on herself. Of course, this was extremely painful, and she describes the sensation as pulling a tooth out, but in your cheek. She removes the fat pads in both of her cheeks, and she doesn't want to be wasteful, so she decides to eat them. Clearly, she is insane. I have no idea what could possibly possess someone to think that this is the best course of action, instead of just buying a new helmet. And as much as I'd like to believe that this story is fake, and that people like this don't actually exist out in the world, all of the pictures point to the contrary, and she likely permanently messed her face up. Pervert nephew. This is the disturbing Reddit post Iceberg, not the gross weird shit Iceberg, so I really don't want to talk about this one. OP's 10-year-old nephew was getting way too touchy with his 5 and 3-year-old daughters, and he doesn't want to say anything because he doesn't want to make his brother-in-law uncomfortable about it. What a loser. Obviously, everyone in the comments tells OP to man the fuck up and protect his daughters, and we can only hope that he was actually receptive to this advice. It seems like he was in the comments, but we'll never know. Houston Horror Hotel. This entry refers to a very creepy hotel room in the Zaza Hotel in Houston. Zaza Insiders question: what's up with room 322? Stay here frequently when on business. Hotel was booked solid, and my colleague managed to score a room unplanned. We all had normal Zaza style rooms, and he ended up in this goth dungeon closet. Seriously, the room had a chain holding the bed to a wall, pictures of skulls, and a creepy portrait of an old man. Room was about 1/3 of the normal size, with the furniture blocking part of the TV, bed, and window. We asked about it at the front desk, and the clerk looked it up and said, "That room isn't supposed to be rented," and immediately moved him. Anyone know what's up with this room? Looking at the pictures, this room looks like it was built for Dracula. I have no idea why this room would be in a hotel, but the common theory seems to be it's just some sort of weird marketing ploy. R/Hank Stank. So this is a very deep rabbit hole that I wouldn't be able to do justice in this video. Maybe I'll do a deep dive into that topic alone in another video someday. Eudoxia Mysteries has a really good video on it if you want to hear more about it, but I'll briefly summarize it here. On the surface level, r/Hankstank was just an edgy meme subreddit, but many of the active users would oftenly speak in code, referring to things like 113 or 53 or 42. And some of these users would even admit to having illegal content on their phones, with one user specifically even asking how much trouble he can get into because the police got a hold of his phone, and if he went to prison for S crimes, is he going to be held separately or be thrown in with everyone else? And it seems like many of these users were actually trading this type of content with each other, as well as being responsible for or involved with a whole lot of other very bad things. The subreddit has since been taken down, and the FBI even launched an investigation into the subreddit and some of the users involved with it. Redditor gets revenge on his son. This entry refers to a post made in r/confessions around 2019. I stood by and allowed my wife to almost kill our son. I was happy she did it. Okay, fair warning, this one is long as hell. Apologies for that, but this is very hard for me, and I have been carrying it for a lot of years. On the advice of my therapist, I've written it all out to try to work out my feelings on it. He didn't advise me to submit it to Reddit, of course, but I have struggled with this for a long time, and I need to hear other people's opinion on it. I still really have no idea how I feel about it, even after all these years, but I will submit for judgment by the masses. I know I did wrong on some things, probably a lot of things. I tried to do the best that I could. My son was very troubled, very troubled. If you have seen the movie We Need to Talk About Kevin, it will really help to understand what I'm talking about. Because I swear to God, when I watched that film, I thought I was watching a documentary of my life. I felt the writer must have had cameras hidden in my damn house. That's how accurate it was. The only difference is that in the movie, the boy appears normal to his father and only reveals his true nature to his mother. With my son, he didn't have that mask. His insane behavior was the same with everyone. From the day he was born, my son just came out wrong. He was planned. My wife and I tried to get pregnant, and we were ecstatic when he was born. He was wanted and loved. We showered affection on him and really tried to give him a happy childhood. But from the day we brought him home from the hospital, he was miserable. He cried for 13 months straight. I'm not exaggerating, 13 months without a break. He cried until he had no voice left and kept crying. You could see his little face scrunched up and no sound coming out. Totally hoarse. There were times he would literally be crying in his sleep. I've never seen or heard of any other kid able to do that. We brought him to the doctors, specialists tried changing his diet, held him, rocked him, toys, swaddling, music, mobiles, everything we could think of. Nothing worked. 13 months of grading, grinding, no sleep hell. Once he got over the crying stage, we thought we were out of the woods, but it quickly became clear that for some unknown reason, he was just angry at being alive. I never saw that kid have a genuine, joyous smile once in the time I knew him. I saw him grin a vicious, horrible grin many times, taking a perverse pleasure from causing pain or suffering or breaking a rule, but a smile from real pleasure at something nice? No, never. Not once. He had no interest in anything positive. He was fueled by hate, and everything he did was bent toward that. As soon as he could walk, his mission in life was to destroy things. He would break or try to break anything that came in his range, smash it, chew it, throw it in the toilet, whatever he could. After a while, he figured out how to get his diaper off and took great pleasure in shitting and pissing anywhere he could. After a while, he figured out he could hide it, and started pissing and shitting in places we wouldn't find right away, grinding it into carpets, making it even more of a problem to clean and making the house stink. When he got older, ages 9 to 15, he would piss and shit in our bed, until we got a lock on the door and he wasn't able to get in anymore. Then he'd just take a dump in the hallway in front of our room. That biological warfare started around 2.5 years old, and he never grew out of it. I'll try to speed it up, as I could literally go on for days about this stuff, but as he grew older, he became more and more unmanageable. He would bite, kick, scream, scratch, and spit at anyone trying to do anything with him. He was kicked out of school twice before he was 9, then they let him back in, and then kicked him out for good. He had to change schools. The next one put him in a special class that kept him away from the other students. We had to install a door and lock on the kitchen because he would steal knives and use them to gouge the walls and furniture or chase people with them. When he was 10, he stabbed me pretty good in the hip and ass. I still have scars. As he grew older, he grew darker. He moved into setting things on fire and torturing local animals. There was a stray dog that hung out around the park near our house. My son blinded it in one eye with a barbecue fork. He would dip cats' tails in gasoline and light them on fire. He became a violent, stinking, vicious beast that lived in our house. We couldn't do anything with him. I will take this opportunity to preempt the tsunami of messages. Yes, we had the kid in fucking therapy. He saw a psychiatrist twice a week and had God knows how many different medications prescribed to him over the years. Nothing worked. Therapy didn't work, meds didn't work, nothing fucking worked. It was like a poison cloud of hate and fury, lashing out at anything in his reach. When my son was 16, my wife got pregnant again. I can't tell you how different our reaction was. Instead of joy, we felt horror. This pregnancy had not been planned, and we really were at a loss over what to do. My son had been such an unending nightmare for 16 years, we couldn't take the idea of starting again from the beginning. We talked a lot about terminating, but A, access to abortion was not as easy in those days as it is now, and B, my wife was very against it. We talked about many options. In the end, we decided that my wife would have the baby, and if it turned out evil, we would put it up for adoption. We knew we just couldn't do it again with another child like our son. We had a daughter. She was normal. Suddenly we saw what our lives should have been like this whole time, how things would have been different if our son had just not been himself. She laughed at things. She breastfed without biting, she didn't have teeth yet anyway, but you could tell she was just trying to eat, not tear her mom's breast off. After 4 months, she was sleeping through the night. She was happy. She was normal. I can't describe the relief and happiness that we both felt. I don't have words for it. This is where I believe I may have started really pulling back from my son. Up until that time, whatever mistakes I made, I had always tried to do the best for my son. I am convinced of that. I tried to help him and love him and care for him. I really tried. But when my daughter was born, my wife and I both instinctively just turned toward her. She became our focus, not from malice, but just because she was so much easier. She was so happy and sweet. Every moment we were with her was like magic. I understand this was wrong, but we honestly couldn't help it. I don't have a better explanation than that. My son hadn't given a shit about my wife being pregnant. I honestly don't know if he really understood it. But when we brought our daughter home, he started acting out even more. I didn't think it was possible, but he took it up another notch. At this time, he was 17 and we were having blowout screaming matches daily. Usually after we fought, he would storm out of the house and disappear for hours at a time, or come back the next morning. It was a relief. I started to actually look forward to our fights because it would get him away from us for a while. After the birth of our daughter, my relationship with my son was almost entirely gone. Our only real interactions were screaming at each other. My wife was even worse with him. She just had nothing left. By that time, if our son even came into the same room as her, she would just stop whatever she was doing and start screaming, "Get the fuck away from me. Get away. Get the fuck out." Until he left. He started spending more and more time out of the house, which was a blessing for us. I have no idea what he got up to out in the world, but we were just happy it wasn't being inflicted on us. As a consequence of our son's behavior, we had invested heavily in locks around our house. All of the cheap, thin interior doors in our home had been replaced with thick, dense wood doors that couldn't be kicked through, equipped with keyed locks that my wife and I carried keys to. I know it sounds extreme, but locks and heavy doors were the best way we had found to create safe spaces from him. And again, before I am inundated with messages, I was not locking my son in rooms like a prisoner. He had free reign of the house and could come and go as he pleased. My wife and I would lock ourselves in rooms to protect ourselves from him. If anything, we were the prisoners in our own home. On the day in question, I had fought with my son in the morning and he had left the house in a rage. My wife and I were enjoying some peace and quiet in the kitchen while our daughter napped in the bedroom. And then my daughter began crying. Any parent who has young children can tell you, you get used to your child's cries and you can tell after a while what they need. They cry differently if they are hungry or need changing, or are just restless and want to be held. Babies can communicate pretty well before they can speak. This cry was none of those things. This cry was terror. The second we heard it, my wife and I were both up out of our chairs and running to the room. The door was locked, of course, and it took a few seconds to get the right key and get it open. My son was in the room. We lived in a bungalow, and the bastard had climbed into the window to get to her. He was standing over her crib with a steak knife in his hand. I have no idea where he got it, it wasn't one of ours. We controlled our knives very carefully and always kept them in locked drawers. I think he may have stolen it from one of our neighbors' houses. He had broken her skin twice already, once in the belly area and once in her arm. I could see blood running down. When I entered the room, he was dragging the back of the knife down her face, not cutting, almost tickling her with it, teasing her while she screamed. He looked up at us and smiled. Before I knew what I was doing, I was already moving, running to put myself between them. I didn't think about it, I just moved instinctively. Even with that, my wife got there faster. It was like a movie on fast forward. She got to our son and bashed his hand away, knocking the knife across the room, and then shoved him with her whole body weight, so hard that he flew away from the crib and bounced off the wall. I picked up my daughter and held her while my wife screamed us. I could see her shaking, almost convulsing. I can remember the smell of the room, the sound of my daughter's screaming and wailing. The look on my son's face as he stood there. Just nothing. Blank, dead. There was nothing in his eyes, no emotion. He looked like an alien to me. I watched my wife take a step toward him. I could have reached out and stopped her, but I didn't. She stepped forward again, very close to him. I could have stopped her again, but I didn't. She waited, looking at him for maybe 3 to 5 seconds without moving, and then she punched him in the face. Now until this point, you may have been picturing my wife as a typical woman, small frame, dainty, delicate. This is not the case. My wife does have a small frame, but dainty and delicate she is not. Never has been since I've known her. Since her early teens, my wife has been a boxer. MMA didn't exist back then, but karate and boxing were big in those days, and my wife was a very talented amateur. She was about 130 pounds, she carried a lot of muscle, and she knew how to punch. I had 70 pounds on her back then, and I have no doubt that in a real fight between me and her, she could have and would have pounded me flat. Neither of us had ever laid a hand on our son in anger before, but something broke in her that day, and all the years of anger and pain and sorrow and frustration just came pouring out. When she hit him, his head snapped back and blood started to pour out of his nose. He hardly reacted. He just looked at her with this shocked expression, like he didn't know how to process what had just happened. She waited another second, and then she hit him again. I could have reached out and stopped her. I could have dragged her out of the room, taken her away, calmed her. I didn't. I just stood there and watched while she systematically started to pound him to a pulp. Every time he brought his hands to cover one part, she would blast him somewhere else, body, head, over and over. He started screaming, crying out, yelling for her to stop. It's the most genuine reaction I'd ever seen him have to anything in his whole life, but she wasn't stopping. I watched her ramping up, hitting harder, faster, working him like a heavy bag. He tried to swing at her and she slipped him easily. She was on autopilot, sinking down into her training. I stood there watching for a minute, then I turned my back on them and took my daughter out of the room. I brought my daughter to the kitchen and gave her a bath in the sink. I found that he had cut her a third time on the sole of her foot. All the cuts were superficial. I cleaned her up, held her until she calmed. I put polysporin and band-aids on her cuts. In our bedroom, I could hear my son screaming, calling my wife horrible names, telling her he would cut her head off and fuck her corpse. After a while, I didn't hear him say anything anymore. I didn't even hear him crying out. I assumed that he must have been knocked out, but I could still hear her beating him. That went on for a long time, long enough for my daughter to drift off to sleep in my arms. I just sat at the kitchen table, waiting for her to finish. Finally, she came out and sat down across from me. Her hands were swollen and red. Her face and arms were splattered with blood. Her chest was heaving. We just stared at each other without saying anything. After a while, I asked her, "Is he dead?" She looked back at me and answered, "I fucking hope so." I nodded. That was all there was to say about that. I understood how she felt perfectly. I felt the same. I didn't know what to do, so we just sat there, waiting silently. Eventually, my wife started crying and went to go take a shower. I just stayed where I was, holding our daughter. After a long while, I heard moaning and sobbing coming from our room. It turned out that my son wasn't dead. I've never seen a more merciless beating laid onto anyone, before or since. He was lying on the floor, rolling around with blood leaking out of his face, lying in a pool of vomit. His nose was squashed flat out across his face, both his eyes were completely swollen shut and started to blacken already. I could see that a couple of his fingers were bent out at weird angles, and he had pissed his pants. I think he must have been missing some teeth, but I couldn't see any on the floor, and I couldn't see inside his mouth. His lips were all puffed up and swollen. From talking to my wife about it later, I know now that she had systematically beaten every part of his body, focusing heavily on his legs. She told me she kicked him in the groin repeatedly until her legs got tired, and had kept beating his body long after he had passed out. When my wife came out of the shower, I still didn't know what to do about our son. I didn't know whether to call the police or an ambulance, take him to the hospital myself. I honestly didn't have any idea what to do. After a while, I realized that I simply didn't care what happened to him anymore, and we decided to just let him live or die on his own. There was an in-law suite in the basement that we had never really used, and my wife, my daughter, and I just moved down there. We simply ceded the top floor of the house to my son and locked everything down, separated our lives entirely. There was plenty of food in the upstairs cabinets, enough for a couple weeks or more. He had a washroom and bedrooms to use. We had a washroom in the basement, a small kitchenette, and a separate entrance, so we just stopped going upstairs. We just decided that we were done with him. I figured we'd let his food run out and see what happened. Over the next week, we could hear him moving around upstairs sometimes. I think he just spent most of the time lying in bed recovering. I went to work, watching on high alert in case he attacked me in the driveway, but he never did. My wife stayed home with our daughter. She was never out of our sight. One night we heard him going ballistic, smashing things and banging. We didn't respond. He never tried to get downstairs or get near us though. I think he was afraid that if he got near us again, my wife might finish the job on him. After 3 weeks down in the basement, we hadn't heard anything from up above us for a few days, and I ventured upstairs on the main floor of the house. The place was demolished, and there was no sign of my son. He was gone. It took months to repair the damage he had done and get the main floor back to normal again. There was food and shit smeared all over the walls and broken glass on the floor, big holes in the drywall. He had ripped the place apart. He tore up the linoleum in the corner of the kitchen and emptied an entire foam fire extinguisher into the living room. I feel thankful that he didn't burn the house down with us in it. I'm honestly not sure why he didn't. The kid wasn't shy about lighting things on fire. After that, I lived in fear every day that he would come back, that he would ambush us out of the blue and try to kill us. We moved house about 3 years later, and I finally stopped being afraid that he would show up again, as now he had no idea where we were. I finally felt safe from him. All this happened a long time ago. My son was born in the spring of 1971. My daughter was born in '88. I'm an old man now. I'll be 70 this year, and my wife passed from cancer in 2016. My daughter is 31 now. I moved in with her and her husband after my wife passed. I've got 2 granddaughters, and they are the joy of my life. I see a therapist a couple times a month to talk about all of this. I don't know where my son is. The last time I saw him was when he was lying on the floor of our bedroom, bleeding and smashed. I haven't heard from him since he left, more than 30 years ago now. I don't want to. I carry a lot of guilt from that time, a lot of conflicted emotions. I didn't beat him myself, but I allowed him to be beaten, and I thought he deserved it. I was happy it happened. I didn't try to kill him, but I would have been happy if he died. I will say that I do hope he was able to overcome his demons and go live a normal life somewhere. If he wasn't able to do that, if he stayed the way he was, then I truly do hope someone out there killed him. When I knew him, he was a rabid dog, and whichever way it went, I just hope he isn't still out there hurting anyone else. OP definitely wasn't lying when he said that that was a long one. Let me know what you guys think about it. In my opinion, it reads like a fan fiction. I don't think the story is true. It could be real though, maybe I'm just a hater. I do know that there is a mental disorder that just makes an individual extremely disagreeable in every circumstance for no reason at all. That could be what was happening here, but in my opinion, the whole story just seems so exaggerated and over the top, I don't think it's real. Roommate wanted. This entry refers to a post made on the Let's Not Meet subreddit around 2013. Amanda is my brother's girlfriend. At the time of this story, she was looking for her first apartment and moving out of her parents' house. Her and my brother didn't want to move in together since they had only been dating a few months. She opted instead to search for a roommate online. Browsing Craigslist, she found an ad titled something like "Roommate Wanted, Females Only." This sort of thing was common since the area she was looking in was mostly young professionals. The listing was for a room in a house for about $225 a month, which was quite cheap compared to most of the other places listed. The occupant listed herself as a 23-year-old college student that wasn't comfortable living with any males. The other roommate would have their own room and attached bathroom. So far, Amanda was into this place. However, the listing only had a single photo from outside the property. Amanda sent an email wanting to meet the occupant and tour the house. Within 30 minutes, she receives an email back with all the details and time to stop by. The girl worked late hours and wanted Amanda to stop by at 8 p.m. When Amanda arrives, there's a handwritten note on the front door saying, "Door broken, use back door." Walking around the house, it looks nice but slightly unkempt. Tall grass, weeds, dusty windows, etc. Still no alarms for Amanda though. When she knocks on the back door, an older man opens the door. At first, Amanda thinks she has the wrong house, but the man reassures her and says that the occupant, I forget the name, was out and he was the landlord. The occupant asked him to meet Amanda since she was working late. He seemed pleasant and offered to show her around. Alarms start going off, but aren't at red alert yet. First, the guy was clearly in his 40s, unshaven, and looked like he lived in his car. Also, only the kitchen light was on. As they walked around the house, Amanda notices one huge red flag. No furniture, nothing. The landlord was polite about answering questions, but seemed irritable to keeping lights on for too long, rushing her around and only letting her look at rooms for a few moments. There was a single room that the landlord wouldn't open, telling her it was the occupant's room and he didn't want to invade her privacy. As they walk down the hallway into the living room, she notices the front door has a plank nailed across it. Broken for sure. Amanda's creepometer is starting to ding, so she decides to wrap up the walkthrough and leave but try to be polite. As she's giving the guy her "thanks for the showing" bit, he perks up and states that he forgot to show her the basement. It's recently furnished and would be a great rec room, and she should take a look down there. At the time, Amanda and the landlord are standing in the small hallway between the front living room and the back kitchen. In this little hallway was the basement door. When he opens the door, it opens outward to create something of a barrier between Amanda and the back door. The basement is pitch black. He smiles, motions down the stairs, and says, "Ladies first." What happens next is nothing more than a stroke of luck. Amanda gets a text just as some random person parks in front of the house. Thinking on her feet, she pretends it's a phone call and answers her phone. "Hey, yeah, are you here? I'll come out from around the back and let you in. It's great. You have to see it." With a motion of confidence, she excuses herself around the landlord and walks out of the back door. She says the guy just looked at her like he was confused. Once outside, she sprinted to her car and sped like hell out of there. When Amanda got home, she told her mother and her brother everything. Cops were called, they took her statement, and went to investigate. The Craigslist post had been removed. The house had been foreclosed over 6 months earlier, and the property had been abandoned. When the police investigated, they found that the closet room the landlord didn't want to let her look in was where the man had been staying. There was a pile of old blankets, rotten food, and empty gallon jugs everywhere. More creepily was that he had plastered ripped up pages from porno mags all over the walls in the room. The really scary part of this was the basement. The man had tied a thin piece of fishing twine at about shin level across the stairs about halfway down. The basement was empty except another pile of old blankets, a broom handle wrapped in leather belts, and a small box with a few rolls of assorted tape. Amanda ended up not moving in. This one sounds crazy, but this is one that I can definitely get behind for probably being real. Like, as insane as this story may sound, stuff like this actually happens relatively often, a lot more often than you would probably think. Post-it notes. This entry refers to a post made around 2015 in the legal advice subreddit. Post-it notes left in apartment. On the 15th of April, I found a yellow post-it note in a handwriting that wasn't mine on my desk reminding me of some errands I had to do, but told literally nobody about. While odd, I chalked it up to something I did in my sleep, thinking maybe in my half-awake state, I scrawled it out so it didn't appear to be my handwriting. I threw it out though and thought little of it. On the 19th, I found another post-it note on the back of my desk chair, in the same handwriting as the previous note, telling me to make sure I saved my documents. I was freaked out, but there were no other signs of a break-in, so I set up my webcam in my house aimed at my desk and used a security cam app for it to record after detecting movement. On the 28th, I woke up to find another post-it note, this one saying, "Our landlord isn't letting me talk to you, but it's important we do." I immediately checked the webcam's folder on my computer and found nothing from the night before, but my computer's recycling bin had been emptied, which I am certain I did not do recently, indicating someone had noticed the webcam and deleted the files. They were just saved straight to a folder on my desktop called webcam. Today, on 1st of May, I found another post-it note, this time on the outside of my door, with nothing written on it. And there also appeared to be post-it notes on many other doors in my apartment complex, all blank in varying colors. Do I have any legal recourse here? I have no proof except for the post-its, but those are written by my pen and on my post-it notes, so conceivably I could have faked them. Would contacting the police get me into any trouble if they can't determine an outside source for this? I just want to make sure I'm not wasting anyone's time. Should I consult my landlord? Those also living in the complex? Edit. I pulled up a letter I received from my landlord back when I moved in, and the handwriting is identical. Could this count as evidence? So OP ends up concerned that his landlord had been stalking him, but what was actually happening to OP was that he was suffering from a carbon monoxide leak in his house. You see, all of the things that this stalker was doing to OP was actually doing himself, but he was in a delirious state and was forgetting all of it. Luckily, people in the comments told him about this possibility and he ended up getting it fixed before something way worse happened, because a CO2 leak can be fatal. The Glove Man. Originally, I thought this entry was referring to Dr. Gloves, which is a 4chan thing and is very disturbing. When I get around to covering a 4chan iceberg, that will definitely be on there. This actually refers to a post made in the Halifax subreddit warning young men about a guy who drives around offering rides and gets off by allowing these young men to try on very tight-fitting leather gloves. Definitely very weird and a red flag, but not really disturbing on its own, kind of boring. Someone at the window. I really wish the guy who made the iceberg was more specific with these entries, because this one is just so broad. There are a million different stories about people looking through someone's window on Reddit. I believe this entry is referring to a post made on the Let's Not Meet subreddit around 2014. If I'm being honest though, nothing about this post really stands out to me. OP sees someone looking into her window, and then she hears noises in her house and thinks someone broke in, but nothing was taken, nothing was out of place. Yeah, it's creepy, especially if it was a real story and this actually happened. It would definitely be terrifying in the moment, but I want to talk about more unique stuff. This is pretty tame, nothing really stands out. Friendly Lady. This entry refers to a post made on the Let's Not Meet subreddit again, this time around 2014. Something about her was just off. Late last year, I had my 21st birthday. Along with celebrating with my friends, my boyfriend's mom wanted to take me out as well. So his mom went ahead and reserved a table at a bar in downtown for Saturday night. Saturday night comes and there's major traffic, but it's always packed in downtown on the weekends, so this is expected. His mom and I park in a toll parking lot, and we have to walk about 5 blocks to the bar where we are going to meet my boyfriend and everyone else at. So, we start walking and arrive at a crosswalk we have to wait at. There's maybe 8 other people standing at this crosswalk with us. I'm just patiently standing there minding my own business when suddenly I notice this girl standing next to me. She startled me, to be honest. One, because of how she seemed to appear out of thin air, and two, because of how close she was standing next to me. It almost felt as if she was trying to huddle into me. Like, you know when a little kid is shy and will try to hide behind his/her parent? Yeah, that's how she was, except she was just leaning into me and she had her shoulders hunched over. Her hair was black and long, at least down to her waist. She had on a long striped dress that went down to her ankles, a leather jacket, and sandals. She looked to be around my age, but she had dark tan skin and black eyes. Her attire was normal, but she didn't act normal. She was being really weird and kept plugging her nose, as if she was smelling something bad. And she kept skittishly looking around as if she expected something to pop out and grab her. To be honest, she was acting like a scared animal, but her demeanor was cold. Her eyes felt like they were dead and empty, and her face held no emotion. So, not liking how close she got to me, I took a few steps to the side, and guess what? She stepped towards me and got as close as she was the first time. What? I sort of thought that was weird, but gave the situation the benefit of the doubt. Plus, the crosswalk light turned green right after she came close to me, so I figured I didn't have to deal with her because we would walk our separate ways, right? Wrong. She walked across the street and the first few blocks with me, staying the same closeness she was at, no matter where I moved to. No matter how many times she almost got lost in the crowd of people, she would scurry up right next to me again, all the while plugging her nose and looking around everywhere. She made me feel weird. My boyfriend's mom at this point confronted the girl, saying, "Hey, do you need something? Are you okay or what?" To which the girl responded, "It's not safe." After she said that, she slowly lifted her head, cocked her head slightly, and looked me dead in my fucking eyes. Her voice quivered. My boyfriend's mom and I just looked at each other like, what the fuck? At this point, I just wanted to get away from this weirdo. It was bad enough she wouldn't stop invading my space and following me, but now she's saying this weird ass shit while looking at me? Nope, 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 nope. Boyfriend's mom pulls me to her and whispers to me in my ear, "Walk faster and don't look at her. I want to see if she's following us." So that's exactly what I do. And guess what? She follows us all the way to the bar. Despite my boyfriend's mom telling her to please stop getting so close to us, she responded with, "I want to stay with you guys." Despite taking unnecessary turns to see if she would turn to follow us, she would. I was freaking out internally all the way there. We finally get to the bar, whip out our IDs as quickly as we can so we can get inside and away from the freak following us. You guys, she followed us inside and sat at our table, but she sits at the farthest side of the table, and she starts to scoot herself over, but she only moves over when we look away. You turn your head and boom, she managed to hop one seat closer to you, and she's just staring the whole fucking time with this fucking blank expression on her face. My boyfriend's mom has had it at this point and gets up to tell the security guard to make the girl leave. The guard comes, tells the girl she has to go, and she actually starts to argue with him. I didn't catch the whole conversation over the loud music, but I caught the girl asking him why she had to leave and saying that she can sit anywhere she wants to. She began to get really aggressive once he told her that this table was reserved for us in our group that she was not a part of. She got all fussy and looked at me with malice before she got up and stormed out, but she didn't leave right away. She stood outside, looking in at me through the open patio at the front of the bar. She wasn't moving and seemed to care less about the hustle and bustle of the people around her. She stood there for about 15 minutes before finally leaving to God knows where. There was just this really bad and dark feeling that I got from her. She made me really nervous for some reason, and she just felt wrong. I mean, she was probably someone just cracked out on drugs, but it was super creepy, and I hope I never have to see her again. This post really doesn't sound all too crazy, but the picture that OP linked of this woman just makes it feel so much more real and spooky. Like, it really just puts into perspective how uncomfortable and creepy this would actually be. Surveillance. Again, super vague, this could literally be referring to almost anything, but I'm pretty sure it's referring to a post made on the Let's Not Meet subreddit around 2014. A true, very creepy surveillance story. So first of all, I only just discovered this subreddit today, which reminded me of something that happened to me back in 2008. This was a huge thing to my friends and family, and I didn't really talk about it back then as it scared the fuck out of me. But it was a while ago and is a really well-known, creepy story among myself and my friends and family. But I think I may as well share it, as it is admittedly terrifying. I was living with my parents and my sister in Brisbane, Australia at the time, 2008, which means I was 19. I remember my dad had just got Foxtel, cable TV in Australia, but only the TV in the lounge room could use the cable box. And I really wanted to somehow get the cable in my room without paying $99 or whatever for a new box. So dad one day went out and bought an AV transmitter slash receiver. It was basically a two-piece bit of hardware where you could plug this tiny box into the cable TV in the lounge room, and it would transmit a video signal to the receiver connected to the TV in my room. So one Saturday, I decided to connect it. My younger sister, 16 at the time, was the only other person home at the time, upstairs in her room. My room was downstairs. I opened the box and connected it up. At first, I was going back and forth, trying to get the cables right, trying to get the channel right, etc., but with no luck. Until I finally got something. I remember just sitting there and something started fuzzing in. This is where things start to feel like a horror movie. I remember thinking, oh, here we go, and waiting to see the picture come in clearly. As it started fuzzing in, I remembered that this whole time the cable set top box wasn't even on, and that's why it wasn't working this whole time. But then why was I getting a signal? It seemed to hit me all at once. As I realized the box was off, the picture fuzzed in and I saw a bed. I freaked the fuck out, as at first I thought it was my bed. I had recently seen Saw 2 and remembered the scene where she turns on the TV and it's a camera filming her in her apartment. That was the first thing I thought of. I sprinted upstairs to my sister, absolutely terrified. I told her to come down and take a look. She came down and we both realized it wasn't my bed. We didn't know whose bed it was or how I was getting the signal. Obviously, it was the AV receiver picking up a camera signal, but we were just so confused as to who/what it was for. Eventually my parents came home and we concluded that it would have to be a neighbor or someone living close by for us to be receiving the signal. We waited around until about 6 p.m. and then someone came into the room. My dad recognized it as one of our neighbors. We still didn't know what the camera was for, but we assumed it had to be something to do with fidelity. Either his wife or he had set it up to watch the other and see if they were cheating. Either this, or it was to tape themselves having intercourse. We entertained the idea that he was a murderer and would film himself murdering people in his room, but just to freak each other out. We'd always make jokes about how one night we'll turn it on and it'll just be his face with clown makeup on, staring at the camera waving, and then him walking out of the bedroom with a knife. This never happened, but what did happen was still super creepy. We connected to this signal for over a week, but after a few days the novelty kinda wore off. We felt a bit weird watching it, but just resigned to the explanation that it was to catch his wife cheating. Until one day, we turned it on and realized what we had discovered. Our neighbors were having a bunch of renovations done to their house. During the weekdays, they would be out, and there would be workers at the place pretty much all day. It had been like this for over a month. We started watching the feed and saw a man walk into their room. It was the plumber that had been there regularly for the renovations. We didn't think anything of it until he started opening the drawers. I called out to my mom, the only person in the house, and we started watching it. He started getting the wife's underpants and sniffing them, doing all that creepy shit. At first we were like, oh my god, how embarrassing, he's being filmed. Will the neighbors see this somehow? But then what happened next was truly terrifying. He slowly walked over to the camera and looked right down the fucking lens. We were convinced that he knew we were watching. Mom immediately called Dad. I kept watching. He started fiddling with it and then put it back down. I told my mom that I don't think he knew we were watching, but he's definitely the guy that put the camera there. Dad came home, and by this time the plumber had left. Much to Mom's pleading, Dad went over to the neighbors to tell them what we saw. Mom wanted to stay completely out of it and was terrified, understandably. When we told the neighbors, they had no idea what we were talking about. They allowed Dad to go up to their room, and what he found that was holding the camera was an installed device in the wall that was designed to monitor water usage, which was completely normal at the time, as Brisbane had been hit with a drought recently and there were lots of water restrictions. Still is now, I think. The plumber had installed this into the wall, but had fitted a camera behind it into the wall to watch the bed. Immediately they called the police, who came over and conducted an investigation. For the next week or so, we didn't hear much about it. I spent most of this time just telling my friends, showing them pictures, but truthfully my whole family was scared every night. It was just very creepy thinking that we could have stuff like that hidden all over our house. Chances are we didn't, but it was still really scary. After a couple weeks, my mom was speaking to the wife next door and asked what happened with it all. The wife said that the police found out he would, at nights, come to our street and sit in his car, which had really tinted windows, and watch them on his laptop. When Mom told me this, I got the biggest shivers. The reason was, besides the obvious of a creepy dude sitting in his car watching people through a hidden camera, was because on multiple nights when I had driven home late from my girlfriend's or walked home drunk after a night out, I remember seeing a station wagon. Don't know if that's what they're called outside of Australia, but it's like a big hatchback car, always about 30 meters down the street from our house. It was never there during the day, always at night. I'd always walk past it and look at my reflection in the windows, assuming no one was inside. I was always so confused by whose car it was, but literally never thought it was anything. It still scares me so much that it was just this creepy fucking plumber sitting back in there on a laptop watching a hidden camera stream of my neighbors. Anyways, that's my story. It's all true and still creeps me out to this day, but my friends and I have a good laugh about it. Another one with picture evidence. That is crazy. I don't really have a lot to say about this one. Obviously, very spooky. Fucking weirdo, dude. Weird guy. Mario would be ashamed. Doctor Boyfriend. This entry refers to a post made in the legal advice subreddit around 2018. I think my boyfriend has been drugging me to make me forget things. He is a doctor. This is in North Texas. Hey, so I must apologize if this post is jumbled a bit. I started typing it up in Word yesterday before my date and forgot about it before finishing it today. I think my boyfriend has been secretly drugging me for a while now and is gaslighting me. I know this is going to be hard to explain, but I have been having gaps in my memory that I have been explaining away as being tired or overworked or whatever else. I was going to ask my boyfriend about it since he is a doctor, but then I started to notice that this seems to happen when I go on dates with him. I know it must be crazy, but I have woken up with dried semen on my breasts several times with no memory of the night before. I know it's him. Well, I won't get into specifics, but he likes that kind of thing more than other guys would. The first time it happened was when we were drinking and I wrote it off as too much to drink. We get drunk and have sex all the time, so it's not a big deal to me. But then there were a few times where I know we were not drinking. I decided to break up with him over it, only to suddenly find myself on a date with him a few days later. I had not yet had the conversation to break up with him, but planned on it next time I talked with him. I remember being at a restaurant, but nothing before that. My car and his car was in the same parking lot, so I was confused. I decided to play along when he asked me to come back to his place. After 3 days at his place, I remembered everything, so I was starting to trust him again. Knowing he was an ENT, I know it won't be his forte, but he is a doctor. I was going to ask him about my issues when he randomly pointed to these red bumps on my thigh and said I should be treating those sores. I had completely forgotten they were there. These little red bumps that look like needle injections that got infected. I got so freaked out that he mentioned them that I decided to leave. The next day, he came over to check on me, and I remember waking up in bed with more dried semen on my chest. Then today, he met me for lunch saying we had agreed to meet. I never agreed to meet with him and would never want to. He does this all the time, saying we agreed to do something I have no memory of. I am sick and tired of it and want him punished. This has started to affect my work life as well, as I start to get paranoid when I see a boss walk into the room after making eye contact with me. I get paranoid that they are about to fire me. My friends also state I have been acting strangely and out of character. I have even begun to lose sleep and sleepwalk when I do. Is there a way to have blood work done to see what kind of drug he is using on me? I do not want to get the police to blow me off and push me away as some crazy lady, so I want to be damn sure when I go to the police. So a lot of this doesn't really add up, right? First of all, he knows where they had agreed to meet for these dates, which wouldn't be possible unless he has some sort of tracker on her car or something. There's also the fact that while she stayed at his place, the memory loss completely stopped, which doesn't make sense because if he was the one doing it and he had easy access to her, I mean, she's literally sleeping in his house, why would it stop then? And the little infected needle injections that he said she should be treating, and those little infected needle marks that he said she should be treating, he wouldn't want to bring attention to those if he was the one doing it. You see, he was actually innocent in all of this, and what was actually happening was that OP had a bedbug infestation. Bad bedbug infestation can lead to sleep deprivation, which leads to cognitive side effects like impaired memory and concentration. And because a lack of sleep also increases your cortisol levels, which is your stress hormone, it can lead to PTSD-like symptoms in extreme cases, like constant stress and anxiety. When told what to look for in the comments, OP would confirm that she had the signs of a bedbug infestation, and that is what was causing all of these crazy symptoms. Who knew that bedbugs could do that? Slugs in food. This entry refers to a post made in the relationships advice subreddit around 2020. I found out my partner has been putting slugs in my food. I don't know how to forgive him. I, 22 female, have been with my partner, 24 male, for 4 years now. I have never known him to do anything like this, but I noticed he started acting a little strange around a month, maybe a month and a half ago. He started putting fruit on the floor in the garden, and I thought it was a bit weird, but he said he was just feeding the mice family that have been nested in our shed, so I thought it was sweet and helped him do so. Anyways, he started being really nice to me around 2 weeks ago, and was making me food, baking me cakes and stuff, which he never usually cooks ever, so I was so happy he found a hobby. I did notice sometimes I felt sick and dizzy after eating, and I just put it down to lack of sleep or hormones. Anyways, a friend of my partner's came into my work today, I work in a cafe, and said he needed to speak to me when I was free. I was free as there wasn't any customers at this time. He told me that my partner has been collecting slugs from the garden on fruit he has been putting out there and putting them in my food, blending them up, and he even sent this friend of his pictures of a bag of slugs he had collected and the picture of blended slugs. I feel really sick to my stomach. I don't understand why he would do this. This is so out of character of him. I asked him why he was doing it, and he accused me of snooping through his messages, which I would never do, and got so angry at me for not being able to take a joke. I feel disgusting. I love him to pieces, but I just don't understand his way of thinking just now. Am I overreacting? I don't know what to do. I feel lost. Update. I went to urgent care last night / early hours of the morning and waited and was finally seen around 6 a.m.-ish. I had some tests and I have a high level of metaldehyde in my blood. I was kept in for monitoring and I have some ulcers in my stomach. I was aware of this anyways as I was hospitalized about 2 months ago for a burst ulcer. Originally thought it was stress, but they now said it could be because of the poisoning. I could have an infection of some kind as my temperature is high, but they haven't found anything that could be causing that yet. They checked my heart and it is fine, I am due to have a heart surgery this year though, but they're delaying it due to the ulcers and infections, and the fact I keep getting sick, which is okay. I have an appointment to see my cardiologist on the 20th of April. I contacted the police and wrote a statement and was asked some questions. Anyone who knows me in real life, please don't post mine or my partner's names, as the police said it would destroy the investigation. My ex refused to say anything to the police or to me. However, he did say that he would speak to his friend and only him. He then spoke to me. I was not alone, I was with a friend and his friend too. He confessed to doing random experiments on me starting a few months after we moved in together. It started with spitting on my toast, and then a week later he replaced my beta blockers with salt. I want to add that he was my medication holder, as I have a history of attempts. So he handled my meds and gave them to me, and that's when he thought it would be funny. He also admitted to these things: swapping my Linda McCartney vegetarian sausages with real meat. I have IBS and struggle to digest meat, so became a vegetarian. He also replaced my corn nuggets with his real ones. One of my pet giant African land snails went missing in summer, and I assumed it escaped as I left the lid open on their box. But he said it had died, so he scraped it out and put it in my curry. I vaguely remember the day he did this, as he laughed whenever I went to eat the curry, and I got really paranoid, so I put it in the kitchen and stormed off. He then brought it upstairs and told me to taste, and I did, and I realized he added loads of chili, and he said he was laughing because he put chili powder in and too much came out. Now I think he must have put the chili in to cover the fact that he put my snail in there. He also said he rubbed my toothbrush on the toilet, but then washed it as he thought that was too far. I feel like this is all a dream. It just seems too dramatic to be real. He says he didn't know why he did this and that he does love me truly and that he felt compelled to, which I understand as I suffer from OCD and get compulsions/impulsions, and that he really loves taking care of me and he feels it's his purpose and he didn't mean to cause me serious harm. He promises he never did any of this to our animals. I think he could just be stressed, as I have mental health issues that could have caused something in him to break from too much stress. I am really sad and sorry for those who I caused concern. Thank God OP managed to get away from this guy and out of that relationship, and she seems to be doing much better now. That guy is an actual psychopath, and the way that he tried to gaslight OP into thinking that this was somehow her fault and that he was just stressed and didn't actually mean to cause her any harm is crazy. I mean, not only was he literally poisoning her, he was also denying her access to her medication and probably killed her slug. I don't think that OP or her animals were safe around this guy at all. Dr. Ramsey. This is a post made on the Let's Not Meet subreddit around 2013. A week or so before my 10th birthday, I walked to the corner store with a $5 bill and picked up a jar of ragu for my mom. On my way home, a man I'd never seen before fell in step with me and began talking. "Hi," he said cheerfully. "My name is Dr. Ramsey. I'm a pediatrician. Do you know what a pediatrician is?" I walked along silently, not replying, hoping he would take it as a sign he should leave me alone. Subtleties were not his strong suit though, because he kept right on chattering. "Are your parents looking for a pediatrician for you? Of course, you're almost a big girl now. You'll be needing another kind of doctor soon, won't you? That's okay though. They can still bring you to me until then. What's your name? You have beautiful hair. I was just on my way to get some suckers for the candy jar in my office. Do you like suckers?" Thankfully, we were nearing my house, so I ran forward, up the back steps, and into the house through the kitchen door. I didn't know it then, but that was just the beginning of a very long, very scary ordeal. It didn't take long for that Dr. Ramsey to begin showing up. At first, it seemed benign enough, at least to a kid. He would drive by nearly every day, smiling and waving. I told my mom, who said maybe it was on his way home from work. But then the phone calls began. My dad called me into the living room and sat me down. He asked about the day Dr. Ramsey followed me home and if I talked to him. He said I wasn't in trouble, but that I needed to tell him the truth. I told him no, and he asked if I was sure. Could I be forgetting something? I told him no again, and he frowned, then asked, "Then how does he know your name?" I didn't know. It turns out that was not all he knew. He knew my sister's name as well. Pretty soon, neither my sister or I were allowed to answer the phone. He called several times a day. At first, neither of us knew what he was saying. Then one night, one of my brothers told us that he was telling my parents that he was going to hurt me, and later my sister. Things got complicated after that. My dad had called the police, but as this was before there were any kind of stalking laws, there was not a lot they could do. They told my parents to call back if he tried anything. My dad then called a friend of his from back in the day who happened to be a cop. For the next month, my dad's friend escorted me to and from school. Suddenly, life as I knew it came to a screeching halt. I couldn't walk home alone, I couldn't play outside, I couldn't walk to Super America, sort of like a 7-Eleven for those who don't know. When access to me was completely denied, things escalated. It was around this time he began threatening my sister as well. Then one afternoon, my sister, two of my brothers, my mom and I were in the kitchen. One of my brothers saw a glimpse of someone in the garage. They'd seen him too. Dr. Ramsey came bolting out of the garage, my brothers chasing after him. They ran all the way to Cherokee Park, where he lost them in the trees. My parents called the police again, but nothing came of it. The only information they had was a description and a name that was almost certainly fake. A couple weeks later, we woke to find our dog hanging from the side porch. She was a gorgeous saddleback German Shepherd, born the same day I was. We were all devastated. The cops said there was no evidence it was him and ruled it accidental, but none of us believed that. His phone calls became more informative in the meantime. He would talk about who was home and who wasn't. If my brother would say my dad was home, he would tell him who was really in the house. He also would talk about the house itself, about the window in the kitchen he could easily open with a knife from the outside even when it was locked, and about the French doors that connected the living room to the side porch, and how the lock could be finagled from the outside if you jiggled it just right. That night, my dad put in some carpenter nails at the bottom of the French doors until he could get a new lock ordered. My parents had to go to the company event for my dad's work. My older brothers were at Saints West roller skating rink. My sister was on the phone with her best friend. My little brother was on the floor asleep. I was watching Devo on the midnight special with Wolfman Jack. Suddenly, the top of the French doors swung inward, and in the few milliseconds before the nails in the bottom caused them to snap back, I could see his silhouette. My sister whipped the phone at the television, and we ran up the stairs. About halfway up, we realized our little brother was still asleep on the living room floor. As quietly as we could, we slipped back down the stairs to get him. We all went into our bedroom and didn't turn on the light. This way we could see outside. We watched out the window for a while, and when we didn't find him, we crept down the hall to our brother's room to look. We looked down and could see someone standing at the back door. He knocked loudly. "What do you want?" my sister asked out the window. He stepped back and said, "Is this the Mercy residence? I have a pizza for delivery. Can you come to the door?" She scoffed at him, declaring she was not stupid. She could see he didn't have a pizza, and she was calling the cops. He left. A short while later, my brothers returned home. We told them what happened, and they walked around the yard watching for him. They came back in, and things settled down. By now, we'd pretty much given up calling the cops because it never helped. So we just went back in, each of us except my youngest brother still asleep, carrying a knife from the kitchen just in case. Eventually, one of my brothers went into the kitchen to get a bowl of cereal as a snack. You know the sensation you get when you can just feel someone watching you? Yeah, he had that in spades. He kept looking around the kitchen, through the doorway into the dining room, at the windows. He didn't see anything, but he could still feel eyes on him, so he went closer to the door to try to see better. The kitchen lights were reflecting on the windows of the door. It had 3 rows of 3 windows, so he still couldn't see. He stepped closer, then closer again, until he was right up against the door, then cupped his hands on either side of his head so he could see. There on the other side of the window pane was Dr. Ramsey, smiling back at him. He turned to yell for my older brothers, and when he looked back again, he was gone. They went out again to look for him, but didn't see him. The next night, we were at the table playing Crazy Eights, and my brother was restless. My sister asked him what's wrong, and he said he always felt like at any minute now, there could be a boom 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 on a door or window. Almost immediately after he finished his sentence, boom 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 on the window right behind him. In the chaos, the 2 eldest ran out, but he was already gone. A couple of weeks later, I was at school and we were outside on the playground during recess. I was swinging upside down when I saw that now familiar blue Ford Galaxy cruising by, moving slowly. There he was, smiling and waving. He called my name and I ran to the teacher and told her. The school had been told all about him, and she took me inside right away and called my mom. That same day, my mom had gotten a call from the school office asking her to verify that my dad was picking me up, as he'd called to say he was on his way. He wasn't. Not long after that, I woke up one night thirsty. I went down to the kitchen for a drink, and there, sitting alone in the dark, was my dad. On the table, a gun. He was tired of the police waiting until Dr. Ramsey tried something. He was tired of his children being terrorized. He was tired of being afraid every time he left for work that something would happen to us while he was gone. I sat with him for a time, watching, before he sent me back to bed. These events, and many more, took place over a period of around 18 months. Then, as suddenly as it began, it was over. He had vanished from our lives. The phone calls, the drive-by with the creepy waves, everything. For a long time, during and after the Dr. Ramsey days, I would have a recurring nightmare in which I would wake up to find him standing over me as I slept. It took a long time before I felt like a kid again. I found out years later that when he was calling, Dr. Ramsey would tell my parents that he was going to SA and kill me, and later my sister, and that there was nothing they could do about it. I don't know what happened to him when he disappeared. I don't know if he was in a car wreck, locked in prison, in a coma, but sometimes I wonder if the wait ended for my dad when he was sitting in the darkened kitchen one night. I don't know, and I'm not sure I want to. What the hell is wrong with people, man? Like, what possesses somebody to do this? Assuming this story is true, we can only hope that OP's dad did manage to take Dr. Ramsey out of commission. Or that he went out in some other way, like OP mentioned, maybe a car crash or something. Jake 3572. This entry refers to a despicable human being, Jake Davison. Jake managed to get a hold of a shotgun and turned it onto 5 people, one of which being his own mother. Unfortunately, all of those people would lose their lives, and then Jake would turn it onto himself and take his own life. After this event, Reddit would wipe his post history, but he was active in numerous different incel communities, including communities like r/virgin, r/incel-exit, Ugly Uncensored, Incels in Action, Am I Ugly Brutally Honest, Am I Ugly, Forever Alone, Rate Me, Depression, Doomer, Incel Tier, Men's Rights, Dating Advice, Purple Pill Debate, r/emo girls, r/am I hot. I'm sure you guys get the point. This guy was a complete loser who, instead of taking any sort of action at all to work on himself and improve his life, he decided to lash out against innocent people, and they paid the price for it. Snapped Fingers. This refers to u/snapped fingers, who was a schizophrenic user on Reddit who got taken advantage of by tons of other people online who convinced him that there was a hell portal in the Paris catacombs, and that he had to go into the catacombs to shut it down. His last post was made to the r/dimensional breach subreddit, where he writes, "We'll be entering the catacombs in a few hours-ish. While I found myself in a bit of a pickle the other day, the troubles are over. While I am not proud to have done this, I borrowed a vehicle I found and used it to get to Paris. I have left a note inside the vehicle explaining why I took it. I have also sent the lockman to put it back where I found it. Right now, I am just gearing up mentally before I go inside the catacombs. As I promised, I will post a video of the destruction of the portal, and I will also create a portal destruction tutorial. I need to thank AVRL Screeching Artistically for getting me out of the jam I was in by calling a guy who can start a car without keys. Thank you, Screeching Artistically, you really saved my butt. I also want to give credit to my other Discord friends who helped me uncover all the information that led to the portal's discovery. Once I shut down the portal, you will be free from your possession." Before, someone had asked about a time frame for when I will post an update, and while I don't know how big the catacombs are, my guess is maybe a day or two before my return with videos. I have taken some test footage while I was held up inside a dumpster the other night, and the quality isn't that great, but it's alright to make up for the quality of the video. I will take more footage while I'm down there. One other thing, as someone else has mentioned that catacomb explorers will be attempting to hinder my travel, which absolutely cannot happen. These individuals have an extremely high probability of being possessed due to their extensive exposure to living in the portal epicenter, so I will be wary of their threat. The account has since been deleted. Assuming this is real, it's honestly a super sad situation. This was just a schizophrenic guy who needed help, and instead of getting help, he got gaslit by a bunch of Discord users to go venture off into the Paris catacombs and die. Girlfriend loves her dad. This one is gross and weird. This guy has a girlfriend. She seems to be really close with her father. Her dad comes to stay at their place for a couple days, and OP is pretty sure that he heard them doing things in the other room. Some have theorized that her dad wasn't actually her biological father and it was more of a sugar baby situation, which I hope so. Either way, a very uncomfortable and strange situation for OP. Damn hippies. This refers to a comment left in an unresolved mysteries thread around 2014, but it was later reposted to r/nosleep. Hunted on the Pacific Crest Trail. This story occurred in the summer of 2008. I grew up in Oregon and was acquainted with the outdoors at an early age. My favorite hobby came to be hiking, particularly in areas that are either very dangerous or isolated. The health benefits of hiking were secondary to the thrills of walking the edges of exposed cliffs, being in cougar and bear territory, and knowing that I was far from help. Into the Wild was released in the fall of 2007, and I immediately fell in love. Being a high school senior, I felt imprisoned in my parents' house. A teenager with wild eyes, the movie spoke to my sense of adventure. It inspired me to hike the California portion of the Pacific Crest Trail upon graduation. For the uninitiated, the PCT is a 2,700-mile north-south trail from the border of Mexico to that of Canada. It traverses deserts, forests, and mountains. It ranges from sea level to 13,000 feet elevation. The reason I tell you this is because, needless to say, some parts of the trail are more remote than anything you can imagine. You aren't hiking outside of LA and San Francisco here. You're hiking through hundreds of miles of untamed wilderness in what is essentially the Wild West. I made it from the Mexico border to Northern California without much incident. I happened upon rattlesnakes and black bears, experienced legitimate dehydration, but nothing happened that made me fear for my life. Somewhere in the Lassen National Forest in northeastern California, I walked around a bend in the trail only to be startled by two people sitting on a rock dressed in nearly all white. Their faces were dirty, their appearance disheveled, and the man had a long, unkempt beard. Both seemed to be in their 40s. They looked like the couple who kidnapped Elizabeth Smart. What struck me as odd about the encounter was encountering anybody at all. I frequently went days without seeing a single human being on the PCT. Their white clothes could be explained away by the need to escape the California summer sun. Their scruffy appearance could be explained away by the fact that most hikers abandon personal hygiene on the trail. After I said hello, they said nothing and simply watched me as I passed. Even that I didn't find odd. I chalked it up to them being foreign and not knowing what to say. I camped a few hundred yards off the trail that night, as I always did. Following bare precautions, I hung the leftover food I had cooked that night from a tree approximately 5 feet off the ground. Packing up camp in the morning, I noticed the food wasn't there. I immediately thought a bear had entered my campsite, and so I began to look for paw prints. I didn't find paw prints, but I did find boot prints circling the campsite. 2 pairs of them. One of those prints led right up to the rope from which the food was hanging. I thought of the couple I had passed earlier and everything clicked. I quickly packed up and left. My mind was racing the entire day, but I figured the couple was simply hungry. If they had nefarious intentions, they would have come for more than the food. Several days passed and my mind was at ease again. I had begun to circle my campsite with sticks to wake me in the event of an intruder, animal, or otherwise. I awoke in my tent one night to the sound of those sticks crunching. I grabbed my hunting knife. I tried to relax by telling myself that in the middle of nowhere, the source of the noise is much more likely an animal than a person. Then I heard frantic whispering. It was impossible to tell which direction the voices were coming from. Being in the dark, surrounded by trees, 100 miles from the nearest city, plays tricks on your senses. I debated yelling out, claiming to have a gun, but instead decided to be silent and retain the benefit of surprise. I heard footsteps circling my tent and was ready to slash at whatever opened it. But just like that, it was over. No more footsteps, no more whispering. I lied frozen awake in my tent until sunrise, and opened my tent to find nobody there. The only evidence something had actually happened were the boot prints, the same as before. Several more days passed, and I was now in Shasta National Forest, probably 50 to 75 miles from where I first encountered the couple. The trail became more or less a goat trail. Being on the side of the mountain and above the tree line, I could see the trail winding for miles in front of me and behind me. I stopped for water in the rare shade and noticed 2 hikers miles behind me. All I could see were 2 white dots moving along the mountainside. I immediately said out loud, "Fuck this. This trip is over." I pulled out my map and looked for the nearest town, which appeared to be Castella, located off I-5. The only problem was that it was 25 miles away. I hiked well into the night, trying to gain as much ground as possible. I kept losing the trail and decided to set up camp, this time far off the trail and into the forest. I got in my tent and tried to sleep, but every little noise kept me awake. After a few hours in my tent, I heard the telltale signs of another bad night. The footsteps, the whispering, the sticks breaking. Sound travels far in the absence of other sound. I knew they were close, but wasn't sure how close. All I could think was, this is fucked up. This is so fucked up. God damn it. Finally, a flashlight hits my tent, lights up the entire thing, and goes dark. I unzipped my tent and climbed out, carrying my knife, yelling nonsense into the dark. It was sort of like that cliche scene in movies where people in the wilderness hear sticks breaking around them, and the camera pans around the trees because the people have no idea which direction the sound is coming from. Then I heard footsteps running towards the tent, and barely made out a figure moving in my peripheral vision. I turned and ran deep into the forest. I tripped several times and ran into several trees. After running for approximately 5 minutes, I tripped, rolled, and came to a rest next to a downed tree. I got under the tree trunk and laid still. I saw the flashlight moving around in the distance. I laid under that tree for hours. I was certain they were gone, but I didn't move. Eventually, birds started chirping and I knew sunrise would come soon. Once it did, I made my way back to the trail, abandoned my campsite, and walked the rest of the distance to Castella, where the PCT crosses I-5. I hitchhiked my way to the town of Mount Shasta and spoke with the police and Forest Service. They put me up in a motel for the night, and my parents drove from Oregon to pick me up the next day. I followed up with the police and Forest Service months later, who told me there had been similar reports of items disappearing from campsites throughout the surrounding national parks. However, there had been no other reports of the terrorizing that I experienced. As far as I know, nothing ever came of the couple. I love stories like this because the woods are so expansive, it's really not hard to believe that anything or anyone could be lurking out there. And that's why there's so many cryptids relating to the forest or urban legends like the staircases in the woods. It's similar to the ocean in the way that it's scary because it's so unknown. Once we finish with the Reddit iceberg, let me know if you guys want to see something like a forest urban legend iceberg or maybe an ocean iceberg. Losing time. This entry just refers to the phenomenon of time going missing. You wake up at 9 a.m. and then next thing you know, it's 6 p.m. and you have no idea where the time went. It's not like it just passed really fast, like you were busy and you got distracted. It's you blink and suddenly 6 hours are gone and you have no idea what happened. There are plenty of instances of this allegedly happening on Reddit. Here is just one of those instances. I lost 6 hours that I can't find any logical explanation for. It haunts me and I need serious answers. This will be quite long as I'm including answers to the questions I think might be asked, so please bear with me. 3 years ago, I was living in a house with my adult daughter, my cat, and her 2 cats. I went to bed early one night and woke up around 5 a.m. unable to get back to sleep, so I had a shower and started doing housework. After a few hours, my whole house was spotless and I felt great. I made myself a pancake for breakfast and sat down to eat just as my daughter woke up and started rushing around getting ready for work. She had a 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. shift that day and had woken up late. At 8:45, she asked me to call her a taxi while she finished getting ready. At 8:50, I was putting my breakfast dishes in the sink as the taxi pulled into my driveway. My daughter asked me to feed her cats because she hadn't had time and then she rushed out. I put fresh food and water down for my cat and headed to the laundry room in the basement to feed her cats. They had to be fed separately because my cat is a pig and will eat all the food. I filled her cat's bowls, put them on the floor. One began to eat right away, and the other begged for a morning cuddle. I picked him up and cuddled him for a couple minutes, then put him down to eat and headed back upstairs with the intention of grabbing a nap for a couple hours. I wanted to be awake before noon because that's when the cats all got their daily temptations treats. To get to my bedroom on the second floor, I have to pass by the kitchen. As I passed, I noticed the clock on the microwave said it was 2:53. I assumed it had been unplugged at some point and was showing the wrong time. I was going to reset it, but I checked every clock in the house and my phone, and they were all the same. Even if I got lost in thought while cuddling the cat, it should have been no later than 9:05 a.m. I sat down stunned and tried to make sense of it, but I couldn't because if I lost track of time doing something I don't remember, there should have been evidence of it, but there wasn't. My house looked exactly as I left it when I headed to the basement, and other than the confusion and growing concern, I didn't feel any different either. At about 3:20 p.m., my daughter returned home from work and told me all about her day. Then I told her about mine. You left, I fed the cats, then it was 2:53 p.m. and I don't remember doing anything else while you were gone. What I know for sure. The house faces east, and the sun was still shining brightly in the living room window when I headed down to the basement, so I know I didn't lose those hours before heading down the stairs. No incoming or outgoing calls were showing on my phone that day, other than to call the taxi. The browser history on my computer showed no activity for the day. I was wearing the same clothes when I came upstairs as I had on when I went downstairs, and there was nothing about them or on them that would indicate what I might have done or where I was for so long. None of the neighbors I asked said they saw me that day. I have old spinal injuries that cause extreme pain if I don't move and stretch out my back at least every half hour, and my back wasn't sore at all, so I know I didn't stay in one position for 6 hours. I have low blood sugar, it drops dangerously low and makes me feel violent if I don't have at least a piece of fruit between meals, and I felt fine even though there was no evidence that I'd eaten anything after breakfast. I have to pee frequently enough that I get up twice in the night to use the bathroom. If I don't, my full bladder puts pressure on the injured discs in my back and causes pain. I should have needed to empty my bladder at least twice in the 6 hours, and my bladder still didn't feel full. There's no bathroom in my basement, and being a woman, there should have been evidence if I'd emptied my bladder anywhere else in the house. No evidence was found, and the house still smelled fresh and clean. I even checked the litter boxes and the drains in a desperate attempt to find some clue that would indicate what I'd done during the missing hours. My arms weren't aching and sore when I put the cat down after the cuddles, so I know I didn't hold him for 6 hours, even if he would have let me, which I doubt. I had no injuries or soreness that would indicate I'd fallen unconscious on the basement floor or on my way up the stairs. As a smoker, going 6 hours without a cigarette makes the muscles in my jaw tense. There were no cigarettes missing from my pack, no tension in my jaw, and the ashtray was still clean. My bed was still made with no sign that I'd been in it or on it since I cleaned my room that morning. I hadn't been on any prescription medications for at least 3 years prior to that day. The only over-the-counter medications I take are anti-inflammatories when my back gets sore and Tums for acid indigestion, and I hadn't taken either for days. Nor have either ever had a strange effect on me before or since. I've been smoking pot on and off since 1979 for stress, but always from a trusted supplier, and I hadn't had any for at least a week prior. There was nothing in my life causing me stress at that time. I had a non-epileptic seizure disorder since early childhood, but hadn't had a seizure for several years by then, nor any since. My seizures were caused by stress and poor nutrition, neither of which were a factor for that day or in the weeks leading up to it. I typically only drink at New Year's, so it had been months since I had any. I have mental health issues, BPD, OCD, and PTSD, none of which cause hallucinations or lost time that I know of, and all of which were under control for at least 2 years by then thanks to intensive therapy. I've never had a hallucination, and I've never experienced unexplainable lost time before or since. Other than confusion, which is reasonable given the circumstances, I suffered no symptoms of carbon monoxide poisoning in the days leading up to that day or since, and I had a carbon monoxide detector in my home that registered nothing. I've run through every sane and insane possibility in my head repeatedly since it happened and still can't figure it out. It's like I bounced forward in time somewhere between putting the cat down at the bottom of the stairs and reaching the top of the stairs. I'm not saying I believed that happened, but short of being possessed by some entity that not only made sure I ate, peed, and stretched out my back, but also carefully removed all evidence of my activities, I honestly don't know what to make of this. I do plan to consult a psychiatrist about it as soon as my health insurance is renewed, hopefully this week, because it keeps creeping back to the forefront of my memory, and I can't seem to get past it, but I'd appreciate any feedback I can get before then. Lost time is a very strange and interesting phenomenon, and it seems to be pretty common. A lot of people have allegedly experienced something very similar. I can't say that I've ever experienced something like this, but I am curious if any of you guys have. So let me know if you guys have ever had something like this happen to you, and what do you think it could be? U/Aoki Mom. Aoki Mom was a Reddit user who was apparently in an abusive relationship. Her husband would lash out on her and their children. Two of her children, Robert and Michael Bever, would end up getting rid of their parents as well as three of their siblings. Robert and Michael ended the lives of both of their parents, David and April Bever, April being Aoki Mom, as well as three of their siblings, 12-year-old Daniel, 7-year-old Christopher, and 5-year-old Victoria. Their 13-year-old sister Crystal would be the only one to survive the attack. Robert, who was 18 at the time of the attack, and Michael, who was 16, were both sentenced to life in prison in 2015. Hiding place. This one's extremely gross. I'm only going to touch on it briefly. I do not recommend trying to find it. There was a girl who was suffering from anorexia. She got checked into a hospital or ward where they were going to make sure that she was eating food, and she was determined not to. So in order to hide the food, she put it into her... as you can probably imagine, nothing good comes from that. OP tortures his balls to prove a point. Around 2018, this picture was posted to the WTF subreddit showing what looks to be a homemade electric chair that was found in an abandoned building in Croatia. Well, Anon72C replies, "Contrary to what you see in movies, a car battery can't hurt you unless you drop it on your foot or drink the acid. There's not enough voltage to drive enough current, even sitting in a pool of water. If you touch both the positive and negative terminals in your car, the only shock you might feel is that nothing happens. If you short them though, they can make some pretty scary sparks, and that part films well." Well, Admiral Awesome replies, "Try connecting the battery to your nipples or your genitals and keep it connected for a minute or two. Then tell me again that the current can't hurt you." To which the other user responds, "You know what, Admiral Awesome? I am so sick and tired of armchair experts and bullshitting naysayers. Fine, I don't have a car battery handy at 3 in the morning, but I do have a laboratory power supply. You can see it set to 13.8 volts, which is the level a car battery typically charges to when it's running. I have the maximum current set to 10 amps, which should be enough for a painful jolt, no? These are my testicles, straight from the shower. The most painful thing was attaching the alligator clips from the power supply, but aside from that, I'd like to report a mild and almost pleasant tingling sensation. Would you like to go fuck yourself, or can I help you with that too?" Yeah, he literally shocked his sack in order to prove a random Redditor wrong in a comment section. Absolutely legendary. I love the internet. I can't believe that Admiral Awesome didn't delete his account, to be honest. 52,000 downvotes on that comment. Husband's notebook. This refers to a now deleted post. I'm not really sure where it was originally posted, but luckily it is archived. "I was on a cleaning spree today and folding my husband's clothes in his closet. Usually he just leaves them piled up on the shelves, so I was sorting and organizing things when I found a notebook stuffed way back behind some of the clothes. Since it was out of place and I was curious, I flipped through it. What I found is really creeping me out. It's almost full, and every page is devoted to what seems to be a running list of women he knows. I saw names of his friends, my friends, people he works with, people in both of our families, and random women he'd interacted with, like cashier at Walmart or Burger King drive-thru attendant, and then the date he was there. There were also women he'd had no apparent interaction with, like woman I passed in front of store on street, and the date and time. After he writes their names and when and sometimes where/when he saw them, he then makes detailed notes on their appearance, what they were wearing, their hairstyle and makeup. The most detailed notes are about the shape of their body and the size of particular parts like boobs and hips. He comments on their weight, their proportions, how attractive or unattractive he thinks their breasts slash waists slash butt are, how their outfit hides or reveals or emphasizes those features, sometimes ranking them on a scale of 1 to 10. I didn't read everything, there was pages and pages of this crap, but I saw enough to get that general picture. That's all that's in the journal, just pages full of his descriptions of practically every woman he ever has even the most passing of encounters with. I've never heard of anything like this. I've never noticed him flirting or sexting with anyone. He's never cheated to my knowledge. He's never had any female friendships that have set off any red flags for me, and most of his friends are guys anyways. He's not big on partying, or out late, or unreachable at weird times. In short, looking at our lives together, there isn't anything in our daily life that's made me suspicious, either now or in the past. We spend a lot of our free time together doing shared things we both enjoy, and are usually very good communicators. What should I make of this? He seems obsessed, just from the sheer amount of entries he's made and the detail that he goes into them. He's kept this journal since March, according to the dates. It's one of those thick 1-inch spiral notebooks to give an idea of how much he's written. But on the other hand, I can't think of any other signs that he's cheating. Is it a good idea to ask him about what this all is? There's really been no good theories as to what is going on here. And while he may have not been cheating, he definitely has some serious issues, and it's probably not a great idea to stay around that guy. Hopefully the OP got away from him, or he got some serious help in therapy. Cockroach. We're ending today with a harmless one that is still really weird. Around 2014, the user I Love Roach made this post to the Today I Fucked Up subreddit. Today I fucked up by admitting to my girlfriend that I pretend she is a giant cockroach when we get intimate. Ever since I was a teenager, I have had very intense fantasies about getting intimate with a giant roach. It started in 9th or 10th grade when we read The Metamorphosis by Franz Kafka. As I started to think more and more about the roach creature that the character had become, I started to imagine what it would be like if a woman turned into the roach instead. I found this idea very arousing. I would not be repulsed or frightened of her, as the characters in the story are. I would take care of her. Then my thoughts started to get more intimate with the character. Eventually, I sort of dropped the bit about her having been a human woman at first, and I kind of imagined the fictionalized roach species. They are giant roaches the size of a person and have complete intelligence. I kind of over time conjured up an imaginary friend of sorts. She was one of these roaches and her name was Oktha. I would fantasize about her often. Whenever I got off, I'd be thinking elaborate scenarios of me and Oktha making love. When I started to actually get intimate, I found I could not perform if I wasn't thinking of Oktha. So basically now, anytime I get intimate with a woman, I am pretending that she is actually a giant roach. Not just think about Oktha, I concentrate intently to visualize that I actually am doing Oktha. I don't want to think about the girl at all. There is only Oktha. Of course, this can never be as exciting as my fully imaginary sessions with Oktha. There are things that her multiple appendages and antennae allow for that a human woman can never match. So anyways, I've been in a relationship with my girlfriend for about a year. 3 or 4 times I have tried to get intimate with her and not pretend she is Oktha, but I just can't do it. So essentially, every time we do it, I am imagining she is Oktha. I finally confided this to her the other day, and I was blown away by her reaction. I thought she might take it a bit badly at first, but that she'd get used to it. No, I have never seen such a look of disgust before. Outraged is not an understatement. She is not even returning my texts now. I am afraid she is actually going to break up with me, and also that she is going to tell people about Oktha. I don't know how I will face anyone. This is going to sound silly, but I also feel guilty about feeling shame, as if Oktha will be saddened by this, even though I know she is imaginary. I just don't know what to do at this point. What the hell, man? I don't know what is wrong with people. The weirdness of this guy's fantasy aside, how could he have possibly imagined his girlfriend would react to hearing that? I have no idea what this guy was expecting. Hopefully it turned out all right for him though, I guess. I'm genuinely just speechless. I don't know what I don't know what is so enthralling about a giant roach to this guy. I don't know how he expected his girlfriend to not be outraged by this and look at him completely differently. Hopefully things ended up alright for him, and him and Oktha are living happily ever after. Ted Bundy ruins OP's date. This refers to a comment left on an Ask Reddit thread from 2012. Reddit, what is the creepiest true story that someone has ever told you? It was near Halloween time when my friends and I were telling ghost stories. My friend said she was going to tell a story about her parents' first date. She said she didn't like telling the story since it was actually true, but we prodded her on. To cut to the chase, the parents had spent a nice, if awkward, first date. And around the time that they would have said goodnight, the male in the situation, my friend's dad, suggested that they go for a midnight hike up Provo Canyon. He apparently knew the place, since he had done a fair amount of rock climbing in the area. So the two drove up the mouth of the canyon, got out of their cars, and started hiking under just the light of the stars, since it was a new moon. At some point, the male starts getting a bad feeling, since the pathway ahead, which would pass under some trees, would be dark, and because it was getting to be quite late. In later rehearsings of the story, the female would say that she had felt the same feeling at what was probably the same time, though she didn't know the trail like he did. A minute later, the feeling came back to the male. He ignored it again and started walking a bit of the way into the trees when his foot hit something soft in the middle of the path. Under the trees, it was too dark to see what this soft thing was, and the feeling came back stronger than ever. Instead of finding out what his foot had bumped into, he and the female both agreed to hightail it out of there. Years later, after being married for some time, they were watching an interview with the serial killer Ted Bundy. In response to a question asking him to describe the time where he felt the closest to being caught, he explained about the night that he lured a girl into Provo Canyon and had just killed her when he heard some people coming up the trail. He explained how he hid in the trees just in time, only to watch some guy walk right into the body, and for some reason just turn around and walk away. We'll never know if it actually made any difference what he did, but he could have just looked down and then called the police afterwards, and they could have caught Bundy sooner. It would have literally saved lives. Persona Perv. This refers to a user who would commonly post on the Persona subreddit saying that he wishes that Anne, a character from Persona, would have been cacophobic, which is an intense fear or dislike of ugly people. Writing under one of his posts, I developed a severe type of cacophobia, obsession with my own appearance, and a disgust when I see ugliness in other people. As a result of my problems, it's difficult for me to take Anne seriously as a character, when she doesn't display even a hint of this, not even a tiny whisper of it. A lot of people have chalked this up to this guy just being a troll, with others thinking that he's just a little bit weird. I really don't know why they would think this guy is trolling. By Reddit standards, he's probably one of the more normal ones. Dogman. The Dogman is a cryptid said to be a large bipedal canine. Alleged sightings of the Dogman typically report the beast to be around 7 feet tall, with the body of a muscular man and the head of a wolf or German shepherd. Unlike a werewolf, the Dogman is said to be a permanent creature and is unable to transform between human and canine. The first supposed sighting of the Dogman was in 1887 in Wexford County, Michigan, and since then there have been hundreds of other alleged sightings, including many posted to Reddit. I'm not really sure why this one's here. It didn't originate on Reddit, and it seems much more fitting for a cryptid iceberg, which, side note, I would love to do one of those in the future, so let me know if you guys would be interested in that. But yeah, it feels kind of random being here. Blackmail got him his wife. This was posted to the relationship advice subreddit in 2021. My 31 female husband, 32 male, blackmailed me into staying in our marriage, and now my family have given him more ammunition over me. I've been married to my husband for 10 years, and we have a 2-year-old son together. Early on in our marriage, I did something I shouldn't have done to help my sister get away from her abusive ex-husband. I most likely would have gotten into some serious trouble if my husband hadn't pulled some strings to make it go away. When I was pregnant with our son, I asked my husband for a divorce. Over the years, my husband had transformed into a completely different man than the one I had married, and I had seen a nasty side of my in-laws. I didn't want my son to grow up around any of them, and I felt like leaving was my only choice to protect him. I was shocked by how easily my husband agreed, and I moved in with my parents when I was around 5 months pregnant. Immediately after I gave birth to our son, my husband told me I either come home with him or he would let everyone know what my sister and I did, and that he would make sure I never saw our son again. I didn't feel like I had a choice, so I went back. It's strange because I still love my husband and I feel like we could work things out if he wanted to, but he doesn't seem to want to. I'm not here to ask for advice on my relationship, since I know there's nothing I can do about it. I've tried convincing him to work on us already, but he doesn't care. I would like advice on how to deal with my family without telling him the whole truth, since they believe I have a great marriage, and I don't want them to worry about something they can't fix. Recently, I tried to stick up to my husband when he was bossing me about again. He decided to very kindly inform me that my family have been going behind my back for years to ask him for money and investments. They owe him a lot of money, but continue to borrow more from him. I need to get them to stop, but I don't know how to do that without telling them everything, which isn't an option. How do I get them to stop sneaking behind my back and asking my husband for money? Or how can I convince my husband to stop giving it to them? In the comments, OP adds, I wrote it in another comment, but I paid someone to beat up and scare my sister's ex. I wasn't sure if including it in the original post was against the rules, so I didn't mention it to be safe. Very awkward situation to be in, but she actually got a lot of good advice on Reddit, with many telling her to look at the statute of limitations in her state to ensure that she can't get in any legal trouble for the crime, and to get away from her husband regardless of if her family's borrowing money from him, because that really has nothing to do with her and isn't her problem. Special delivery. These are so vague. There's a million different stories on Reddit about being a delivery guy and having a horrifying experience, but this is the one that stood out to me. I, a pizza guy, intercepted a kidnapping during a delivery. I delivered pizza and I'd been having a really busy night, non-stop back and forth, without any time to even pause and take a leak. I'd been so busy that I wasn't really thinking about bathroom breaks. But we're also going through a bit of a heat wave in our area, so I've been drinking copious amounts of water. All of a sudden, as I was driving to this particular delivery, the urge to go hit me. Like things went from 0 to 60 in an instant. Thankfully, I was close to the customer, so could get this one over with quickly, or so I thought. I pulled up to the house, and it was an area I'd delivered in before, so I could immediately see that something wasn't right. All the lights were off in the house, not even the glow of a television or anything. It was extremely apparent because the streetlight closest to the house happened to be out of order. And on top of it all, the block was dead quiet. This is a big university area, and obviously there aren't many student renters in July, but there had to be at least one person because someone ordered this pizza. Maybe they just liked sitting in the dark, or they were out back in the yard, whatever. I just didn't want to get out of my car and knock on a quiet house in the middle of the night, without first checking that I had the correct address and the customer was inside. It was scorching that night, even after sundown. My car's AC is a joke, and the piping hot pizzas don't help things much, so I had to try to open the car door as infrequently as possible to keep any cool air in. I called the number the customer provided, and the voice on the other end said, kind of briskly and out of breath, "Yeah?" I just tried to keep it clear and concise. "Hey, it's your pizza out front, but there doesn't appear to be anyone home." And the customer replied, still gasping for air, "Yeah, I'm not home." I had to pee so badly at that point that I was much less patient than I'd otherwise be with a customer right out of the gate. "Well, then we're going to have to terminate the order, because I've arrived in the stated delivery window, and you were supposed to pay in cash, so I don't know what to tell you. Plan ahead next time." I instantly regretted letting my bladder do the talking for me, as the voice on the other end came through more clearly as a young, bubbly, and very distraught girl who couldn't have been older than 20 or 25. "Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I was running down the street so I could barely hear you," she cried. "I just switched you out of my AirPods. Is that better? Sorry, I completely lost track of time at work, but I knew you were coming. That's why I'm literally running home right now. Please don't leave. I'm starving and I don't have a car. Seriously, please don't leave. 5 minutes tops, okay?" I know what it's like to be hungry and running late and have no car but not live near any restaurants. Plus, when I heard her voice, I began to remember more specifically having delivered to this place a couple times before, and she'd always been perfectly nice. Now I felt bad for snapping at her. I tried to walk it back while simultaneously looking out my window for potential spots to pee. No, my bad. I'm letting the heat get to me and it's not your fault. No need to rush. See you when you get here. I hung up and, while surveilling the street, was starting to think I was really out of luck. All the other houses had people in them and were close together, so there were no clumps of trees or out-of-the-way patches of land or anything. Of course, I had just tossed my empty water bottle at the last delivery because I'm an idiot. Finally, I decided it was escalating to the point of an emergency, and the safest bet was to use a bush in front of the woman's house. She wasn't home. The streetlight was out, so no one would see me. The people who were home were inside. My car was parked across the street, and we're a small shop who don't wear uniforms. So if someone did spot me, they'd have no way to connect me to my employer. Animals pee outside all the time. Humans are animals. This is fine. I scurried over to the tallest bush in her front yard. She didn't really have much of a yard, more just a walkway lined with bushes and flowers that ran adjacent to her front door. The biggest cluster of bushes, the only one where I could be sure there would be no visible splatter on the side of the house, was about 4 feet from her door. I looked both ways, unzipped, and let it fly. After the initial millisecond of relief, I noticed the sound was way off, more like pissing on something solid than something leafy. I started panicking, thinking I'd aimed wrong, but once I start, I can't stop midstream. So I started squinting into the darkness to see if maybe I was hitting a key rock or something and could just move a few inches over. Instead, all of a sudden, I heard a way more concerning noise. A deep voice exclaiming, "What the fuck?" And before I could turn around, assuming I'd been caught by a neighbor, a man came leaping out of the bushes. He blew by me, brushing my golden shower off him as he did. He spit pretty emphatically on the ground, so I think I might have beamed him right in the face. I didn't see where he went after a few paces, though this next part is kind of a blur. I do think I remember hearing a car screech out from a bit farther away after a minute. I'd gotten some night vision by that point, so I was able to make out his height, build, and outfit, but only the most general details of each. I was in such shock that I didn't even put my rod away. I just stood there trying to figure out what had just happened. The reality was so terrifying that my mind refused to accept it, and impulsively searched for a reasonable explanation that could make everything okay. I thought, could these bushes lead to some backyard area and just looked like they were against the house? Could they have been obscuring an open window? My inner voice was desperately screaming, "Bruh, that man was wearing a hoodie in 90-degree weather. That was a bad man. You're in a bad situation." But the very idea that I was within inches of a guy who would be hiding in bushes at all, let alone in front of a young woman's house at night, just wasn't something I was ready to grapple with yet. I was coping by not coping. My fight or flight response totally failed me at that point because my dumbass did the absolute last thing I should have done and approached the bushes to try and validate this. There must have been a good reason for a man in a hoodie to be behind these bushes in the middle of the night. So I walked over to the side, turned on my phone flashlight, and tried to peer around the line of shrubbery. Pro tip, as scary as things may look in the dark, seeing them with a single beam of your flashlight can sometimes make it even worse. That's when I saw the bag. There was a tattered drawstring bag sitting behind the bushes, slightly splashed with pee. But I was in such a moronic daze from shock that I groped around for it thinking, see, this is it. This will explain why he was back here. It explained it. Once I maneuvered it over and pulled it open, I saw a sharp knife, a roll of duct tape, and a bottle of pills. The delusions officially broke at that point, and all the adrenaline, endorphins, and self-preservation instincts that had been suppressed kicked in 10 times over. I became whatever the opposite of dazed is, more laser-focused than I have ever been in my life, with one singular goal: get back to my car. I dropped the bag, booked it across the street, got in my car, and slammed the pedal to the floor before the door was even all the way closed. I went as far as I could, as fast as I could, until I hit a red signal. Then I pulled off to the side and realized I shouldn't be driving any more than necessary in the condition I was in. I pulled into the parking lot of a 24-hour drugstore and took a breath. I was finally calm and coherent enough to zip up and formulate a plan of action. My first lucid thought was, who do I call first? The police or the girl whose house that was? I thought about it for what couldn't have really been more than 10 seconds, but felt like an hour, and decided, okay, I am in my locked car with the engine running. If trouble starts, I can drive away. I know something's up, she might not. She needs to know not to keep walking in that direction. But as I was dialing her number, it occurred to me, what if there was no girl? I thought I remembered delivering to that house before, but what if I was wrong? What if the girl on the phone was just a decoy to get me there to rob me, or worse? Every pizza guy on the planet has seen the Evil Genius documentary by now, so I thought, she called me all out of breath. She wasn't home. The whole thing was off, can't risk it. I'll start with the cops. I called 911. The operator was very helpful in keeping me calm because I was a complete wreck by this point. He kept assuring me that someone would be there soon. I kept telling him that they had to get there before the girl did, but I was trying to express 3 thoughts at once and really damaging my own credibility. It came out more as, you've got to save this girl because he wasn't after me, I was just delivering a pizza. Unless they were after me, in which case there might not be a girl, but I talked to one on the phone, so then you should really find that girl because they used her to lure me there. But if she's real, she doesn't know about the guy, who was also real. And there could be more guys if there's actually a girl, and you know what? Even if there isn't a girl, there might actually be more guys. I only checked one part of the bushes, so I don't actually know. But we'll know which guy is the one I saw because I pissed all over him, you know? I didn't mean to. This was back when I thought the girl was real but not home, but she might be real, so you really need to find her if she is because the guy was real. Finally, they basically just asked me to stop talking and stay on the line. But that was when I saw an incoming call from the customer. I couldn't answer it without disrupting my 911 call, so I just ignored it. But then she sent me this text like, hey, I'm here. Don't see you? I told 911 she was there and they said officers were only minutes away. But who knows how long that meant, especially after I'd given such a scattered account of the events in my panic. I just felt overwhelmed with guilt, because my rational mind said the odds of her being a decoy girl for some large scam targeting pizza guys were low, and the odds of her being the intended victim of the predator were high. So I put my 911 call on mute, where I can hear them but they can't hear me, and turned back, heart absolutely pounding out of my chest, compulsively muttering, fuck, the entire way. Then I took 911 off mute and told them I had returned to look for the girl. They weren't happy about that, but I saw her meandering past the parked cars in the street, looking to see if one was mine, and I waved her down, flashing my brights. She bounced on over to the window of my car, happy-go-lucky. I figured that was a good sign that she wasn't in on whatever this was, but I was just so scared to be back in the general area and to not know what had just happened or what was going to happen. I kept whispering, get in, and she was like, get in? Huh? Oh, you want me to get the pizza from the back? I didn't want to make the same mistake with her that I had just made with 911, so instead of trying to tell her the whole story, I stuck to the bare basic facts. There was a man in your bushes. I'm on the phone with the police. I don't know where he is right now. Please get in the car so we can lock the doors. I was barely able to even get those sentences out, and I was shaking like I'd just had 10 cups of black coffee. I held up my phone with 911 on the call screen to verify it for her. I thought that was why she got in the car with no further explanation, but it turns out that wasn't entirely it. You still there? Is she with you? Are you safe? Is anyone else there? 911 kept checking in, not knowing who the third party I was talking to was. I reassured them, and we drove, more cautiously this time, to a location 911 instructed us to wait at to speak with police after they cleared the area. I didn't actually have to do much after that. The police came pretty soon after, a police car met with us, I gave a statement telling them everything I observed, and she went to go speak to more officers in more detail than they needed me for. It turns out the reason she got right into the strange pizza guy's car without probing any deeper into my story is because she knew who the man was right away from my description. She had an abusive ex-boyfriend who was apparently psychotic enough that he immediately came to mind from hearing, "There's a guy in your bushes." She later called us to thank me and insisted on leaving a huge tip. I wasn't there when the call came in, so the kid who answered didn't know to refuse to accept the money. But the manager already promised the next time we see her, we can load her up with enough 1 free pie cards to last a lifetime. Easily the scariest thing that has ever happened to me, on the job or off. I don't get the chance to tell the story much because I try to avoid sharing it with anyone who could possibly know the girl or know of the event. But I'm still not the same sense. Even though I know he didn't have anything to do with me directly, this truly shook me to my core. So, man in the bushes, let's not meet. What an insane experience. Imagine you're just trying to take a leak on the clock and you accidentally blast a potential kidnapper with a golden shower. He's definitely a real one for going back and helping the girl though. I feel like most people would have just driven off in that situation. The next entry is Weird Dad. This is another gross pervy one. It's a dad who seems to have a special interest in his biological daughter that started when she was only 9 years old. Yeah, dude's just a creep. On to the next one. OP's Mysterious Scars. Pretty self-explanatory title. This was posted to the Glitch in the Matrix subreddit. So this is something that happened a few years ago, and I would absolutely love to get some answers about it. I'm open to any explanation because I haven't been able to come up with any solid ones. Back in 2018, I noticed a scar on my finger that hadn't been there before. It was a clear, distinct slash, probably about 3/4 of an inch, right across the palm side of my middle knuckle. It was pale and silvery, like it had been there for at least a couple years, and when I ran a fingernail across it, I could feel a small ridge of scar tissue underlying it, like I would if it had originally been a somewhat deep cut. When I first noticed it, I was baffled. I didn't remember any scar in that location, and I didn't remember any sort of injury that could have left it. But I can also admit that I scar pretty easily, and I don't have the greatest memory. If it was just a scar I didn't remember getting, I'd be willing enough to just accept it as a glitch in my own brain and nothing else. The thing is, the scar was absolutely not there a couple days earlier, and I can prove it. I make jewelry as a hobby, and just 3 days before, I had sent pictures of my hand holding a pendant I was working on to one of my friends, and there is very plainly no scar on my finger in those photos. It's now been 4 years and I still have the scar. I think it's faded a little, but it's still visible and hasn't really changed in shape or size. I shared the photos and the story with my mom and a couple friends at the time, and none of them had any answers either. Even ignoring the photos, it's clear enough and in a location that I just don't see how I could have gotten an injury like this and forgotten about it. It looks like it probably would have been bloody, painful, and been aggravating to deal with while it healed. I've found nicks and bruises that I don't remember getting before, but nothing like this. The only explanation I've ever come up with is that, as you can see in the photos, I was doing some wood burning at the time, and I guess could have theoretically burned myself and missed it. I tried wrapping my hand around the wood burner, turned off, and the circumference of the scar could maybe line up with the edge of the round metal part at the top beneath the plastic handle if the angle was right. But that still doesn't make much sense to me. First of all, it's my left hand and I'm right-handed. Second of all, I would have had to wrap my finger around the metal part while it was on, and I couldn't come up with a scenario or position that would have caused me to do that, especially since I've been using that burner for years and have never managed to do anything that stupid before. Third of all, I have burnt myself with that wood burner before, including the top round portion, and it's instantly and very noticeably painful. I can't imagine myself getting a burn this large and just not noticing. It's not like it's hot enough to instantly result in nerve damage. Finally, there was never any redness, pain, or blistering. I've poked and prodded at it, moved my fingers around, and it's never felt any different than any normal year's old scar. To this day, it's just a total mystery that's baffled me ever since, and I would love to get an answer. Does anyone have any explanation? Has anyone else had something like this happen? Many other Redditors reported similar experiences in the comments of this post, saying that they have had scars seemingly just pop up out of nowhere and they have no idea where or when they got them. Let me know if you guys have any theories about this or if the same thing has ever happened to you. Tree pervert. What's up with all the freaky ones on this tier? In 2019, this post was made to the Let's Not Meet subreddit. Only a short encounter, but revolting nonetheless. Back when I was a teenager, me and my friends used to all park up at the country park here in the UK, smoke pot, listen to music on whoever had the loudest sub, and chat. It wasn't unusual for us to be there for hours, ranging from 5 PM up until 2 to 3 AM. And as everyone with a human body would know, it's a long time to not go for a pee. So it was inevitable that at some point we would need to go. However, this being a country park, I can assure you there was no toilets around, so you had to just find yourself a big enough tree to hide behind. There was around 10 of us, a mixture of guys and girls, but mostly guys. As is female motive, when one of us has to use the bathroom, at least one other will accompany them. I was desperate, and my best friend said she would come with me to keep a lookout. Looking back now, I'm so glad she did, because either no one would have believed what happened next, or I could have possibly been hurt or worse. The trees were extremely close to where the cars were parked, and we were sticking close to everyone as it was around 11 PM and really dark. We found a suitable place for me to do my business, and my friend stood on the opposite side of the tree as I pulled down my underwear and squatted down. Like I said, it was very dark, and the only light that we had was the car headlights that were pointing the opposite way to us. Mid-pee, I'm aware of something extremely close to me. I'm talking 10 to 20 inches away. I began to feel very uncomfortable, and as I'm trying to focus in on what I'm seeing, it's moving and tall, and as my eyes adjust, I can make out a pair of dirty men's boots right next to me. I look up slowly, frozen with fear, and my eyes have adjusted enough for me to see everything. His trousers and underwear were around his ankles, and let's just say, he was coming to the end of a very vigorous play. I screamed like I've never screamed before, which in turn made my best friend scream before she even noticed what I was screaming at. Not caring that I was mid-pee, I dived out of the trees with my best friend just in front as the guys ran over. Mr. Tree Freak disappeared into the forest. Easily the scariest thing that I have ever been through. There's a lot of freaks and a lot of pee for some reason in this tier. I'm sorry you guys have to watch this. OP killed his sister. This is another post from the relationship advice subreddit. My 30 female husband, 33 male, accused me of murder out of the blue. How do I salvage this? This is long and ridiculous. Sorry. My husband, Luke, had a sister, Laura. We were all close and saw each other 2 to 3 times a month, along with their parents. Almost 6 months ago, Laura fell down the stairs at their family home and died. It was a freak accident. There's a window on the half landing and she hit her head on the sill. I was the last person to see her. I was there for less than 10 minutes and she was in her pajamas making coffee. I didn't even stay for a drink, and I struggle with how such a brief and meaningless interaction could have been her last. She deserved so much more. My husband and I have only been married for about a year, but we've been together for 4 and have known each other for 20 plus. When Laura's parents found her, they called my husband straight away and we rushed over. We faced the whole thing as a family. In the days after, Luke started quizzing me. Exactly what we talked about, what she was wearing, where we were standing, etc. It progressed to saying I was providing conflicting information on tiny details he was deliberately misunderstanding, and accused me of withholding information because I couldn't tell him things like what pajamas she was wearing. This escalated quickly but lasted for less than a week, as I lost my cool and made it clear that I was done answering questions. He didn't bring it up again, and I wrote it off as a grief quirk. His behavior was generally that of a normal, grieving person. Last Friday, he outright accused me of murdering her in front of his parents, out of the blue. We were all stunned. There was an inquest which recently concluded, and there was never any doubt the verdict would be an accidental death. He said it was completely obvious, and he couldn't believe that no one else could see it. He claims I went through his phone and found his messages with Laura. I have absolutely no idea what messages he's talking about. I have never looked at his phone, and that I went over to confront her and things got out of hand, and I pushed her downstairs. By the end, he was shouting about going to the police and getting the inquest overturned, and how I wasn't going to get away with it. Let me be clear, Laura and I had a great relationship. We all did. I have no idea where this has come from, other than these messages I haven't seen. And even then, I don't think there's anything I could ever see on someone's phone that would drive me to murder. It's just ridiculous. He's been with his parents since this happened and will not talk to me at all. I've had some contact with his mom, and she's not being very communicative. The last I heard, she didn't know what messages he was referring to either. I am still completely stunned, and I have no idea how to proceed. I made a commitment to be there for him always, and I understand that grief can manifest in strange ways. But part of me feels like my love for him died the second he called me a murderer, and I don't know how we could possibly work through this. I also really don't want to be thought of in this way, and I have no idea if he has said anything to people we know. I obviously haven't. A brain tumor or psychotic break has crossed my mind, and I suggested it to his mother, and she just said she'll talk to him. Other than the questions before, he hasn't been acting odd. Obviously he's been grieving, but he seemed sane and sensible other than this. I feel like I'm going mad. Does anyone have any advice at all? The way I see it, this dude was either having a psychotic break due to the trauma of losing his sister, or he actually did it himself and is trying to frame his wife for it. But the messages that her husband was referencing between him and his sister just throw a wrench in the whole thing and make it so much more confusing. Unfortunately, we never get to actually see those messages, but some people have even theorized that Laura was actually OP's husband's stepsister and not biological sister, and that they were having an affair. Creepy landlord. Opie and her boyfriend are looking for a new place, and they find an upstairs flat where the upstairs is completely separate from the downstairs where the landlord lives. They decide to rent it, and shocker, the landlord is a huge creep. He would randomly show up to their place and perform inspections. When the girl would get home from work around 3 a.m., she would always find his lights on and he was looking out the window watching her get home. And when OP and her now fiance realize that she is pregnant, he somehow finds that out in less than a week, which makes no sense to OP because she hasn't really shared it anywhere other than her Facebook, which is completely private. So it leads her and her fiance to believe that he has their place tapped with microphones and maybe even cameras. She says that she's about 90% sure that he had cameras set up in their apartment and was watching them go at it. Freaky ass tier, man. Evil Son Part 2. You guys might remember the other Evil Son entry, which I believe was on tier 5. This is a different one, which is completely unrelated. I am not proud of my son. This Saturday, my son will have been sober for 18 months. He got his GED this year, and he starts at community college at the end of August. He finally has a job that I didn't get for him. Soon he will be moving into his own apartment, and he hasn't missed a single appointment with his therapist. He has done everything you would expect of a precocious 17-year-old who hit a rough patch after meeting with a particularly bad influence. He is 29. This is the point where I'm supposed to say that, nevertheless, I'm still proud of him for turning his life around, getting off drugs, and getting off the streets, staying out of trouble, and acting like a responsible adult, or at least an adult who knows the meaning of responsible. Maybe I'll throw in a reference to the prodigal son and kill a fatted calf for him. That's certainly what's expected of me. That's certainly what my son expects of me. He demands praise and forgiveness and a party and for me to hug him and tell him it's alright. Demands me to tell him how proud I am that he's made something of himself. But I'm not, because he hasn't. Not in the slightest. His mother and I gave him every opportunity we could. I don't expect any praise for that, because unlike my son, I don't expect praise for doing what you're supposed to. She and I worked hard to give him a loving, stable, comfortable, supportive home. We were involved in his school, we introduced him to music, to the extent that any two people can. His mother was a damn good cellist though. And sports and culture, we fed him healthy meals, we played with him. Thanks to him, we got in the best shape we'd ever been in since our 20s. And we let him stumble and fall and make mistakes and get back up again. He started shoplifting at 15. The first time we caught him, we bodily dragged him back to the store, made him return the copy of Grand Theft Auto and apologize, and offered to pay for any damages. The second time we caught him, this time with a pair of shoes, we did the same thing. The third time, we started going to family therapy. Therapy seemed to go well, and after a few sessions, the therapist asked for a few one-on-one meetings with him. After 2 of those, the police came knocking on our door because the little shit had concocted some story about how we were a religious cult who essayed him for breakfast every Saturday, and the dumb chicken shit therapist actually believed him. Rational heads prevailed, we fired that therapist, and he went through 6 more in as many months, until eventually we couldn't find anyone who would take him as a patient. By 16, he was drinking. Then we found pot in his bedroom and in our bedroom. He started leaving needles, bongs, and pipes where he knew we'd eventually find them, just to fuck with us. I know this because he said so, in those exact words. He had his first intervention and first trip to rehab that year, and his first relapse. He had to repeat a year of high school at 17, which meant he was now the ringleader of a group of other young dipshits, who saw him as this totemic mentor shaman, who could hook them up with whatever shit they wanted. I'm also damn sure he started fucking around with one of the gang's younger sisters who was 13 around then, but I had nothing to go on but my own instincts, so all I could do was tell her parents to keep an eye on her. No charges were ever pressed, and the family never spoke to me again after that, but they did pull both of their kids out of that school, and my son was furious at me for daring to not let him continue committing statutory SA. He decided to try for normal SA later on. While I was away, he spent an uncharacteristic night at home on his best behavior. After his mother went to sleep, he followed her to her bedroom. He took a knife with him. He crept into the bedroom, straddled her, put the blade to her throat, and slid his other hand down her. I don't know what exactly happened next. I know he held her down and tried to undress her. I know she fought. I know he stabbed her. I know she got away and locked herself in the bathroom before he could catch her. I hope that means she kicked him good in the balls. I know she broke the window and screamed for help. I know he ran. I know she was lucky the ambulance got to her before she bled to death. I know he called his friends to brag and beg for a ride. I know the police caught him. I know if I'd been home, or if I'd have caught him, I'd have killed him with my bare hands. The state tried my son as an adult. He pled out, but only after making his mother testify and smiling the whole time. She divorced me a month after his sentencing. I looked too much like him. She killed herself a year later. I would be a liar if I said I didn't blame him for her death, because I absolutely do. He was sober when she went to the room, sober when he pulled out the knife, sober when he climbed on top of her, sober when he essayed her, sober when he stabbed her, sober when he ran, sober when he called his friends to brag, and sober when the police found him. When I made the mistake of visiting him after the divorce, he laughed and said she'd had enough of him, that I could never satisfy her. When I made the mistake of visiting him after she killed herself, he laughed again and asked how it felt to have some prick take your bitch away. I should have killed him right there. It is to my eternal shame that I did not. They let him out after only serving 3 years. He spent the next 6 years on the streets, in and out of rehab, on and off other people's couches, and would grace me every 6 months or so with a phone call demanding money. Eventually, I refused to talk to him unless it was to drive him back to rehab, and I stopped completely after he stole my wallet. 2 years ago, he came to my house with his aunt, his mother's sister, with crocodile tears in his eyes. He pretended to apologize. I slammed my door. His aunt barges in to try to shame me into forgiving the man who SA'd my wife, caused her death, and laughed about it. He stayed outside. He slashed my tires, threw a brick through my window, and drove off in her car. His aunt had no idea that he'd taken her keys or that he'd been armed the whole time. She blamed me. He guilted her into letting him stay with her, went to rehab and relapsed, then went again, and here we are. In stark contrast to the ball of shit that is my son and his life, I have watched my friends and colleagues, those who still talk to me, that is, children go on to become doctors, lawyers, skilled tradesmen, actors and musicians, academics, entrepreneurs, and career military. I've seen a few start their own families, and even the ones who've had a rough start, or who stumbled and fell, managed to pick themselves up again, or are bravely soldiering on. I have nothing but respect for them. I also note that they do not expect juice or a fucking cookie for having a job and not getting hopped up on meth or essaying their mothers for 18 whole months. My son has pretended to reform before. He has even convinced himself once or twice, but he always backslides, always relapses, always finds new ways to disappoint, always hurts other people for his own short-sighted benefit. His aunt is already at the stage where she is pretending she must have forgotten where she had put some knickknack or piece of jewelry, and has already told me to fuck off after I've warned her of what my son can, will, and has done before, and what he will do again now that he thinks she is weak. When he fucks up again, when he hurts someone else with his ceaseless bullshit, I will not be there to pick up after him. I am through with him. I am through with his aunt. I cannot talk to her without being overcome with rage and shame as I see the stupid hope I used to have that my son would ever amount to anything, and I do not need any more disappointment and failure in my life. I am not proud of my son. I am sorry for inflicting him upon the world. Unlike the other Evil Son story, this one feels much more grounded in reality, and it's a really sad story. I don't know how people who are so demented can even exist, especially when it seems like they had a good upbringing. Distracted husband. My husband saw something terrible that night. I can't ask him what it was. It made him lose his mind. Opie and her husband were driving home from somewhere, it doesn't say where. Suddenly their car is hit with a mysterious black substance. Greg, her husband, gets out to wipe off the windshield. Her husband doesn't come back in the car. She gets out of the car to look for him, and for some reason he's coming out of the woods. And since that day, Greg was never really the same. He seems to have kind of a PTSD thing going on. He doesn't really seem interested in anything, he's not really talking to his wife anymore, and he's not eating either. And if the mysterious black sludge didn't clue you into this story being fake, he starts puking up the same black sludge, this time with bugs in it. So it seems like he either got possessed while he was out there, or he got replaced with some weird skinwalker fleshgate thing. Thai cry for help. This refers to the user FujitaGeekin001, who in 2017 began spam commenting on tons of random Reddit communities like r/space, world news, GIFs, gaming, every time saying something along the lines of, "I faced to serious problem of human rights at Fujita Geekin, Thailand. Please help me." According to Google, Fujita Geekin is a machining manufacturer in Thailand. And if you look at their reviews on Google, a ton of them reference human rights violations, anywhere from really poor working conditions to even slavery. It's not impossible that this was just some sort of troll or bot leaving these comments, but I think it's far more likely that this was a real worker who was trying to reach out to the internet for help, but there's really nothing that anyone on Reddit is going to be able to do about this. Count your blessings more, because in 2025, the fact that there are still places that you can be enslaved is insane. Creepy hideout. This refers to the bridge posted in the Let's Not Meet subreddit in 2012. And personally, this is one of my favorite posts ever. It's so creepy. This was going to be short, but the memory sprung into my mind a couple days back, and I thought it would be worth sharing. I live in North Wales, United Kingdom. For anyone who has had the pleasure of visiting, it truly is a beautiful place to live, though for an adolescent boy, it is certainly lacking in things to do. As a result, my friends and I would often find ourselves mindlessly exploring areas of countryside and coastline. Despite it being quite sparsely populated, in comparison to the closest cities, there's a dual carriageway running right across the coast from Wales into England. Also, the train tracks run alongside this road for most of its course, occasionally passing overhead via a small cement bridge. Anyway, there was one night a few years ago when about 4 of us randomly decided to try and explore the inside of one of these bridges, as one of the group had observed a manhole cover nearby which we believed to be an entrance. On closer inspection, we discovered that several tools would be required in order to gain entry. We returned with the necessary equipment and proceeded to unbolt the cover. This had to be done stealthily as the train track was right beside us. Not close enough to be any danger, but definitely a sufficiently small distance to cause panic for any train driver. And panic usually means police. It wasn't long before we had removed the heavy steel disc and had started descending the ladder down into the structure. Once we had all safely reached the bottom, we decided to progress to the other side. At this point, we are totally confined into this narrow space that leads into the main area. If you are confused as to what the hell this bridge is supposed to be, you probably should be, because it was rather peculiar. I mean, I would have never known there was even an inside had we not found the manhole. So, as we squeeze and crouch, and at one point scrape along our bellies to the other side of the structure, there's a growing sense of claustrophobia between us. The distance from one end to the other is surprisingly long, but by the halfway point, you can look down through narrow gaps onto the motorway below. This was actually pretty cool, which helped keep us calm in a strange way. At this point, apart from the mild discomfort and confinement, we were still just a group of guys on an adventure. This was about to change dramatically. No more than a few meters beyond halfway, which we could tell due to the symmetry of the passageways through the bridge, one of us claimed they could see some object in the distance at the far end. Slightly hesitantly, we agreed to investigate. Bad move. I reached the end first, and let me tell you, I have never felt the same sense of dread before or since. In front of me was a single fold-away chair positioned facing a wall. On the wall was a partially torn page from a newspaper or a magazine showing a fully naked lady in an erotic position. The reason I don't just refer to it as corn is because something was different about it. I can't put my finger on it, but it seemed more sinister than sexy, if that makes any sense. More disturbingly, the eyes of the woman on display had been cut from the page, removed with precision, not just hastily ripped off. The scene that lay before us had rendered us completely speechless, and an overpowering sense of panic could be felt collectively. That was when we found the condom, the horrendous, gut-wrenching, blood-drenched condom. Needless to say, we got the fuck out of there as fast as humanly possible, smashing our knees and shins against the sharp cement edges that lined the path to the ladder by which we had entered. Of course, we were all praying to God that the manhole hadn't been resealed, as it was impossible to tell until you reached the ladder itself. Thankfully, the exit route was clear, and we promptly dashed as far away as our legs could carry us. I'm sure this ending comes as a disappointment to some of you reading this, as we luckily never bumped into the twisted individual who sits in that chair, but I must stress how radically out of the norm this was given where I live. The reason I mentioned the population earlier was with this purpose. There's easily enough people here to escape the realms of crazy country folk, yet nowhere near enough people to have someone clearly lose grip on society without someone taking notice. For example, there was literally only one homeless man, who everyone in the area knew and grew fond of, eventually resulting in a mass gathering at his funeral when he passed away. I sometimes think, though not recently as I had more or less forgotten about that night entirely, about the person who climbs down into that bridge and navigates through the darkness to sit facing a wall and do God knows what that ends up with a condom full of blood. You honestly couldn't envision a more surreal situation. It has just come to my realization that what we unearthed that night has not been once uttered to another soul. As a naive teenager, it was the type of thing you just wanted to forget. But thinking about it, we probably should have let the police, or at least someone, know what was down there, because it wasn't the doings of a healthy-minded individual. So, there you have it. Apologies for the length. I got a little carried away as it is my first Let's Not Meet post, and I wanted to make the reading experience as similar to the reality as I could. Now I'm a few years older, and hopefully a bit braver, I'm considering going down there again, accompanied of course to see what fucked up shit might be waiting. This could well happen in the next couple days, and rest assured I will 100% post an update as I currently have no job, so time is plentiful. The reason that this is one of my favorite threads ever is because OP actually did end up returning to the bridge and posted picture evidence of all of this. Instantly, we came across what appeared to be a makeshift bed. The sheet accompanying the foam suggested it would have been used to sleep on. Going farther into the passageway, it opens up slightly. I included this to demonstrate the amount of dust particles in the air. It was quite a pain to get any clear photos from any sort of distance other than close-ups. This is the broken padlock that I believe would have originally secured the entry. Not even a third of the way through the bridge at this point. A used candle and random pieces of rope. Now this is where things get a bit disgusting. That liquid definitely wasn't milk. That's a standard milk container in the UK. And here was the first confirmation that the intense smell we were experiencing was in fact human feces. The brown substance on the paper was undeniable. This was the second, more damning confirmation. A bag with loads of human feces. This nearly made us vomit. Just as we approached the end room, we stumbled across this disconcerting tape. It reads, "Crime scene, do not enter." The narrow entrance to the final opening. At this stage, even with 2 powerful torches, you honestly could not see if there was anyone or anything in the end room. This makes for a particularly nervy decision to proceed. Here you can see how tight this section is. Not fun. The entrance to the end room, taken with no flash to get an idea of what this may have looked like in candlelight, which we presumed must have been the light source for this sick individual. Truly the stuff of nightmares. All of the following images were taken inside this room. Here goes nothing. Literally the first thing I see after squeezing into the end room is a knife. Oh shit. Next up is this raunchy image. You may not be able to see it properly, but the special area has been burnt through with a cigarette. It is only a small hole, hence why you may struggle to see, but very strange nonetheless. A random pile of items, including scissors, tape, and a brush of some sort. A rather large nail. This could have simply been part of the structure at one point, but after closer inspection of the surrounding area, it did seem to be an anomaly. This candle had been melted into place on the wall. I imagine it would have been the main light source. The only remaining page still attached to the wall. This, unfortunately, is not the image I described in the original post. If you zoom in, the top of the page has a date from 1997, suggesting this stuff has been here for a long time. And here it is, folks, the Devil's Chair. There was so much dust in this area that I simply couldn't get a decent flash shot. Here's another attempt. Here you can see the bundle of items to the left, and a blanket of some sort to the right. We searched thoroughly, but rather worryingly, the blood-soaked condom was nowhere to be found. This was strange, given the other items had remained. This is a god-awful place to be. This is what you would see if the chair was facing the other way around. You can see how the steps open up so you can stand up, and also how it would be easy for somebody to hide in waiting in this area. The same image, just using torchlight, to give you an idea of how dark this would have been, even with candles. Very glad to be leaving. The final shot I took from inside the structure, just before the exit ladder. You can only imagine the type of person who was actually living down there. And it's one of those rare instances on Reddit where the poster actually provides proof of the story they're telling. Attic Creep. This post was made in 2020 to the Creepy Encounters subreddit. I think my neighbor is watching me through my attic. So I moved into a duplex with my ex about 3 years ago in what we thought was a safer part of the city. One of our neighbors, Amber, works in the duplex rental office, and her husband Ed was at the time fresh out of prison, and had been doing and continues to do landscape work for the rentals, like mow the lawns, cut down trees, etc. Other than that, he is home mostly doing odds and ends things like tinkering with his mower or truck or something. They both are super nice people, very kind and loving towards others, and always offer to help out. We have smoked together a few times. Ed smokes more than Amber, and have talked about all kinds of things, so I thought I could trust them and felt very safe being their neighbor. I once mentioned how sometimes when I'm home alone, I hear steps in the attic over my room, and what sounds like a chair being dragged. How sometimes the noise follows me around the house and always freaks me out to the point of calling someone just to feel a little safer until the noises die down. Ed said, "What, you think we're spying on you?" in a laughing way, but it creeped me out a little. So then, I break up with my boyfriend and he moves out. This is recent, so only a few months ago. Ed started texting me asking if I wanted to smoke while Amber was still at work. I declined every time, finding different excuses because I still felt uncomfortable around him. Then he asked if I wanted to have intercourse with him because he thinks Amber is cheating on him. I shut that down and it was really awkward. I didn't tell Amber because I didn't want to get kicked out or have some horrible awkward tension, and I hate confrontation, so I kept quiet. That's when I started to hear things in the attic above my room more often. It freaked me out even more when I woke up to a loud bang outside my front door at around 3 or 4 a.m. When I went to examine it, there was a small lockpick outside my door on the ground, but no one around. I kept the lockpick, and the next day, I texted a picture of it to Amber to let her know I thought someone was creeping around, and she said, "Oh, that's Ed's. That's his ice pick, not a lockpick, sweetie. No one can pick your deadbolt with that." But I know the difference in a 4-inch skinny-ass lockpick and an ice pick. I'm so scared to be alone here, especially at night. Our attics connect, and it's not outlandish to think he could be up there spying on me. I even found a freshly drilled hole in the ceiling of my room. I just put wadded up paper in it and try not to think of it. I honestly hope nothing comes of it and I'm just being paranoid. Edit. For everyone saying to call the police, I really have no evidence. I have the lockpick still and pictures of my door being messed with, but when I've gone into the attic, it's been completely empty. I've never gone in alone because its opening is in my garage and there is no ladder, so it requires 2 people, but as of now, it is a gaping hole above my washer and dryer and very hard to get into without good upper body strength. I'd call my ex to come home when the dragging would start, and by the time he got there, it would be cleared out. So I'm hesitant to report anything with no evidence. This is 100% true. I'm staying with my boyfriend until I move out in a few weeks, despite my neighbors being upset I'm leaving. Crazy situation to be in, but not unbelievable. I mean, there are tons of stories of squatters literally living in other people's homes without them realizing. It seems like she got away from them and is doing better now, but God help anyone who happens to become neighbors with Amber and Ed. Homeless Holocaust lover. Very sick person living in cave was posted to the Let's Not Meet subreddit in 2015. The setup is very similar to the bridge. OP lives in a small town, he has a friend named Lawrence, and they wanted to go exploring in the woods. About 2 miles out in the woods, they stumble across a cave. Inside the cave, they find several needles, as well as a grocery bag, which seems to be being used as a makeshift outhouse, beer bottles, chip bags, and a makeshift bed, and a load of adult toys. Deeper into the cave, they find pictures of a historical event that rhymes with Holocaust, and 2 of the pictures were stuck together with a mysterious white gooey substance. They go home, tell their parents, police were called, but nothing ever came of it. Not to kink shame anybody, but that guy seems like he has some pretty serious problems. Lock that dude up, bro. Keep that motherfucker away from me. Better hoagie down. This one is just really weird. It's not really disturbing at all. A 32-year-old man believes that his wife of 6 years has been gaslighting him. She starts waking up early, packing him lunches, slamming doors, and every time she would hand him one of the lunches that she packed for him, she would say the phrase, "It's cold out there, better hoagie down." One time he even finds a paper bag taped to the front door with the phrase, "It's cold out there, better hoagie down" written on it. And all that was in the bag was a can of ginger ale. What was actually happening was that OP mistakenly took his wife's Seroquel instead of Benadryl. His cats cause him to have allergies, and he also has trouble sleeping sometimes, so one night in his wife's absence, he accidentally took 6 Seroquel instead of 6 Benadryl. Seroquel is a powerful antipsychotic medication, and this triggered a manic episode for OP. All of these weird interactions with his wife never really happened. He was just hallucinating all of them. She had actually left days earlier, concerned for her own safety because of her husband's weird behavior. He would end up going to the hospital and getting treatment for this. Better hoagie down. OP destroys his urethra. This is a fun one. Today I fucked up by combining magnets with my urethra. I am the luckiest dumbass ever to live. So I had the weekend at home to myself. My flatmate had gone away, a little me time was scheduled. Now, I like to experiment. I'd heard about sounding, sticking things into the tip, and thought I'd give it a go. Initial experiments were unsuccessful. Chopsticks were a little too large. No big deal. I'm sure I can find something else. Now, a little history. Do you know what buckyballs are? They are a type of office toy really popular a couple years back. They are small, spherical, strong magnets. Pretty neat. They can be combined into all sorts of cool shapes. Also, they form a lovely string. Can you see where this is going? Well, wouldn't you know it, a string of buckyballs slides up just perfectly, like it was made for it. It's a beautiful thing. I pass away a happy afternoon plumping the depths. These things can go a long way, and the farther they go, believe me, the better it feels. So evening rolls around and I decide on one last plunge. This cop is a day from retirement. This space miner has discovered a nest of funny looking eggs. This hitchhiker is rolling up to the Bates Motel. And this is one last plunge. In they go. 10, 20, 30 beads. More? In they go. 10, 20, 30 beads. More. 40? 50? I don't count. I don't care. It feels good. I feel at this point I must explain a little more about buckyballs. I've described them as a chain. This is not so. Each ball is separate, only held to the next by its magnetism. And what do magnets love to do? They love to stick together. Remember this. I did not. My last plunge, my final dive continues. Soon, better than half a meter of magnets is up there. I push on. I am possessed. The buckyballs, the magnets, start to bend and curve back towards themselves. Still, I push on. I hear a sound from deep within me, the sound of 2 magnets meeting. Suddenly, my beautiful chain of balls is a tangled, magnetized lump. This is the worst possible thing. Panic stations were activated, rationality and sobriety returned, and I started to pull. Gently, oh so gently I pulled. This chain, this thin chain of balls was still held together only by magnetism and hope. And now there was resistance. At any moment the chain could break. Would break, was certain to break. And if it did, there would be no hope. Nothing short of surgery would remove them. Still, the chain held, all the way down, right down to the tip. Did you know the smallest diameter part of the whole system is the end? I do. Oh, I do. It stuck. A magnet lump of steel, a centimeter wide, stuck an inch from freedom. The chain broke. Many times the chain broke. But the blockage was so close to the end that, with care, it could be reattached, only to break again. Of note here is the pinching. I hope you do not know the pain of a thin layer of skin being pinched repeatedly between 2 powerful magnets. There was blood. The end, however, was in sight. The magnet clump was out of the danger zone. Now it was in the operation zone, which was my pecker. I could control it, I could win. And with the help of a knife and a ballpoint pen lid, I did. In total, he had to remove 74 magnets, and I don't feel sorry for this guy at all. He deserved every bit of it. Some people really just have to learn everything the hard way. OP's best friend becomes a monster. Guys, I really want to read this one, but I actually don't know if I can. Fuck it, dude. Fuck it. We're gonna read it. My ex-best friend of 25 years. Let's not meet. I've known this guy my entire life. We'll call him Mr. D. Mr. D is a high school teacher and head of his department. We've known each other since preschool. We grew up a couple blocks from each other. Every summer growing up, we spent the entire summer walking to each other's houses, having sleepovers, and spending long days playing Zelda, Halo, and other games we loved. He was kind of a weird nerd, but as was I, and that's why we got along so well. I've always loved him and considered him a brother. After we graduated high school, we went on two separate paths. I got into drugs and partying, and he went to a private Christian college. He worked hard his entire life towards becoming a teacher. By the time we were young adults and I was getting out of the worst part of my party phase, he was very professional and put together. He got married to a woman he met in college and got a good career job. Everything seemed like it was going well for him. His wife seemed like a very normal, well-off professional woman. Something strange happened a few months ago after he got married. His wife asked if they could have an open marriage. This caused a lot of stress and turmoil in their relationship. His mental state started deteriorating, and they argued back and forth about this for a few years. It was never brought up before the wedding, and she strangely had a man already picked out she wanted to hook up with. Last year, his mental state started rapidly declining. He finally agreed to an open marriage. At the same time, he got on SSRIs and he came out as bisexual. I was happy for him. Finally, he could express who he was and be okay with himself. I never would have guessed after knowing this guy's intimate life details for many years, but I guess you never know. Shit had just become strange and worse since then. Significantly worse. He cut off his parents from the time he came out until last spring, claiming they were too conservative and Christian. I talked to his parents regularly. Shit, I told them at his wedding they were like second parents to me. This was very traumatic for them. He's their only child, and he had no real reason to cut them off. Shit has just become worse as time has went on. He told me that him and his wife are black magic witchcraft practitioners, which I always just rolled my eyes at and thought was a little crazy. This guy who was always a stand-up professional dude started acting like a super degenerate, having multiple relationships with men and women that never lasted longer than a couple weeks, and telling everyone he knows explicit details about his private life. When asked to turn it down out of the straight-up perverted, disgusting things he was saying, he started getting in people's faces, mine, saying this is who he is, this is his identity, and ranting about how his people have been oppressed for years. This past August, he told me and a friend that his wife believes that maps are a sexual orientation and is just as valid as being gay or straight, and that it's harmless. I was shocked, disgusted, and blown away. This guy's a high school teacher influencing children, and he said this very nonchalantly and casually. Halloween was the peak. The day before Halloween, he came over. It was just supposed to be a few friends, gaming some Nintendo 64, and smoking a little. My friend Mr. D came over before everyone else. Bright rainbow flag colored bag and glitter sparkle nails. "Do you like my flag bag?" he said. I nodded and agreed. I'm truly not against homosexuality, but this irked me. This is not the same guy I grew up with at all. But whatever, he's being himself, I guess. Good for him. Before everybody came over, he asked if I planned on drinking. I declined. He asked me to run to the liquor store with him. I said sure and came with. He came back with a liter of Honey Jack. Oh boy, tonight was gonna get wild. Over the course of the night, several extremely disturbing things were said. At first, there were comments to a friend, "Hey, Mr. L, meet me in the bathroom. I gotta tell you about my DMT trip." Okay, why do you have to meet in the bathroom? Mr. L never went. We're still confused about this. The more liquor that was drank, the worse it got. No one touched a drop except Mr. D. I call him Mr. D for Mr. Degenerate. First, he made a comment about my sister. My sister is barely legal, and Mr. D has known her since she was born. Your sister takes it up the ass for Jesus. What? I said, shocked and disgusted. Yeah, that's what all the good Christian girls do, my students told me. I was beyond freaked out, but I decided not to be angry. I had spent the next 12 or so hours with this guy. It was like 8:30. I'd be angry later. It just kept getting weirder and weirder. At one point, he told us his wife has a thing for animals. When I said this was wrong, he said, "I'm no stranger to peanut butter myself." Who knows what that means? I guess we can assume he isn't going down to the farm. To top the night off, he started talking about his desires for a male student, how he was going to turn him gay. When I told him this was really bad, he said, "He's gonna be 18 soon, we'll wait until after graduation to hook up. The district can't do anything about it then." How he failed to see the power play between a student and a teacher regardless of gender or orientation is beyond me. This seriously creeped me the hell out. He spent the rest of the night trying to get several friends to hook up, all guys we've known for 10 to 15 years that have always identified as straight or asexual. He crashed by 12:30. Usually on Halloween we stay up watching movies. I'm happy that did not happen. I remember as I was closing up for the night, there was a Friday the 13th opening screen on my TV for NES. I find this pretty symbolic of the death of our friendship. I woke up at 7 a.m. to hear the dude whacking it in my apartment. I started coughing loudly and shuffling my blankets so he'd stop. I think he did, but I fell asleep after. Shortly after he left, we got in an argument about COVID, which I believed I had for a few days but did not, and still went out when I thought I had it. I didn't truly think I had it. We did not talk for a week. I tried contacting him, apologizing. He basically called me a cold-hearted drug addict with no future and a bunch of other stuff. I told him I was worried about him since Halloween, and he's lucky I don't call his parents and have him institutionalized. He blocked me pretty shortly after this. I honestly never plan on talking to him again. I've known and loved this guy my entire life, but I just can't anymore. Something else interesting happened. He had a friend named Mr. A. They were very close but stopped talking about a year ago when all of this stuff started to happen. Mr. D always said that it was because Mr. A was an asshole with no real explanation of events. Something about Mr. D being drunk and taking Mr. A's arm and putting it around a girl. I decided to contact Mr. A and ask the real story. He informed me Mr. D had traumatized his female friend so bad she still hasn't fully come to terms with what happened. And shortly after, before she could tell anybody, Mr. D was seen at a gathering telling a group that he was gonna get Mr. A so drunk he could not remember getting effed by Mr. D or say no. Mr. A is a non-binary. I'm not sure if he classifies as straight or homosexual or something else, but the important part is he had already told Mr. D on a handful of occasions they would not be sleeping together. So, Mr. D, let's never ever meet, not even in passing. I've known and loved you my entire life, but after all this, I have been massively cleaning my house, finding all kinds of random shit you've given me over the years and either tossing, burning, or selling it. By the way you were talking, I'm sure you'll be in prison or dead soon, so I wish you a good farewell. It was nice knowing you, but our brotherhood and time together is up. You traded a normal, professional life for degeneracy. And if you ever talk about my sister like that again, I'll beat your ass, no lies. I've been doing nothing but praying. I haven't prayed since middle school, and racing to delete every trace of you from my life since this incident. Yeah, it definitely sounds like this guy will probably end up in prison, and his wife needs to be locked up too. I mean, it seems like she's kind of the ringleader of the degeneracy, and she just kind of wrapped him up into it and radicalized him too. Bone in the boot. This just refers to a GIF that was posted on Reddit showing a homeless man with 2 ankles that are completely infested with maggots. There's also a picture of the aftermath, which I believe is a different homeless guy, where there's literally no flesh on his foot. I mean, it is just bone. It could be referring to either of them, I guess, but there's no real backstory for either one. It's just a couple of homeless guys whose bodies are literally deteriorating. That has to be extremely painful, right? Like, especially during the beginning stages. Why would you not take the boot off and, like, I don't know, go stand in a creek or something? Literally anything is better than just letting that happen. Anyways, guys, that was the final tier of the disturbing Reddit post Iceberg. If you made it this far, thank you so much for watching. I really hope you enjoyed. If you did enjoy, liking, commenting, and subscribing really helps me out a lot, and it lets you see more content like this. And that's all. Again, I just want to say thank you guys so much for all of the support over here. It's really been crazy. Yeah, thank you guys again. Really hope you enjoyed. My name is Chase. I'll see you in the next video. Peace.